So these are the topics today, people. Why is nobody talking about English people not understanding English? Reform and restore trying to kill us all. English people being so angry and uneducated. White people lying about experiencing racism. Nobody cheering for England in the World Cup. White culture being war, schmex tourism and paedophilia. Why are people not talking about these particular subjects? I will start today by talking about nobody cheering for England in the World Cup. I'm going to talk about that one first. Now, for those of you who are following the World Cup, I hope you're enjoying it. I do not like football, so I'm not following the World Cup. I'm gutted too, I met him. I'm gutted about Congo losing as well, but we have to still hold out hope. So, when it comes to the World Cup, you know, for example, we're seeing a lot of people saying, oh, we want Congo to win. We want Senegal to win. We want Ghana to win. We want so-and-so to win. I want Scotland to win. Who's saying they want England to win? Has anyone seen any other people saying they want England to win, except for English people? Like who? Can someone give me some countries or cultures of people who are actually seeing this? Because I haven't seen anyone say they want England to win. Has anyone seen it? So it begs the question, why are people not cheering for England to win? Why would that be? I don't know if you guys have seen it. A particular pub was closed. The Dubliner said, we're not going to serve English people. In America, you know, you've had to go thousands of miles. And they closed their pub because they didn't want to serve English people. You'll see around on social media, especially, people are taking down England flags. They're taking them down in other countries. I Met Him says they are the worst losers and quite dangerous when they do. Abdullah says not really into football. Water goddess, good morning to you. So, yeah, people need to start paying attention as to why it would be that the world is not even cheering. The world is not cheering for England. Carol Ann, good to see you. And Finn, some English fans are really vile. Yeah. Just watch the footage. All you need to do, and all I am is an observer of humanity, and I observe English people, so I get to actually see what they're like. Abdullah says football hooliganism was an issue in the past. Ria says England's team is mid. But it doesn't matter really, I think, when it comes to football, is that a lot of the time people will cheer for the underdog as well, won't they? They'll be like, oh, do you know what? We don't want so-and-so to win. This team, it's their first time in blah, 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 blah. We want them to win, right? But England aren't a particularly high-performing team. I mean, they're okay. You know, they're all right. But they're not one of the top teams, right? Are they? No. They get what? They get to the quarterfinals. I think that's generally where they get to, isn't it? For the last few World Cups or even international competitions, they get to the quarterfinals, right? And people still don't cheer for them. And I think it's really important that people look at that. Why is nobody cheering for England in the World Cup? Why? Is it because of the arrogancy? Is it because of the colonization? Some of you would have seen somebody saying about against Congo and Senegal. You know, someone said, "Oh, how do you fancy your chances?" To an England fan, how do you fancy your chances against Senegal and Congo? And he said, "We colonized them once, we will colonize them again." England never colonized Congo and Senegal. Exactly, it was appalling. Caroline and Finn, it was appalling. Yeah, and you see people in the comment section be like, "What the fuck? Why did he say that?" And then people in the comment section saying, "Well, there's a reason why I'm not cheering for England." That's the exact reason. Taxi, exactly. Colonizing entitlement. J Money says still got PTSD from the UK. What? I think everybody's got PTSD, including you, J Money, without even realizing that everybody suffers from PTSD in the UK. It is a low vibrational country. People are miserable, depressed, it's too expensive, the weather's bad. Everybody's got PTSD. You didn't need to block that one, Water Goddess. We don't need to be as sensitive. Like, he didn't offend me. If they say anything personal that's like really offensive to me, yes, please block. But we don't need to block people who've just got comments like that, or you know, just sort of banter and things like that. You know, we don't need to be that then. Tom says, what's my thoughts on other European countries? I don't know why I've just got this violation for some reason. I said we didn't need to do that. Anyway, Tom says, what are my thoughts on other European countries responsible for colonization? Same thoughts. Western European countries are terrible. They've done terrible things to humanity, disgusting things to humanity, and I don't think the civilians know the depth and brevity of it. So exactly the same. But of course, I have an English accent, so I'm directly affected by British colonization. So that's why I can talk about that. I'm not going to talk about those other countries so much because I don't have a personal experience. Mr. Cameron says, if this country is so bad, then move out. Mr. Cameron, did you come up with that thought all by yourself? Did you? Mr. Cameron, let me get closer. Mr. Cameron, did you come up with that thought by yourself? Did you? Did you come up with that by yourself? Because you know how many times I hear this per day by you NPCs? Every single day, the same thing. I left 5 years ago is my response. I don't live in Europe. I left 5 years ago. Rayo says, then why the Canadian fans so joyous? I don't know what that is. I don't know. At least I'm consistent. Yes, of course I am. Hi, Mimi. Good to see you. Mr. I Don't Give a says, we English always understand the language we invented. You must be misusing it. No. Mr. I Don't Give a, let me explain why the prompt is the prompt. If you actually stick around in the conversation, you'll realise that English people don't hear, speak, spell or understand English correctly. We are very aware that white working class boys have the lowest GCSE results in the UK. The lowest. It is your language, as you say, you invented it, but can't use it. I will say a particular thing and then English people will hear something completely different that you haven't even said. And you're like, excuse me, where did you get that from? I literally told you exactly, because English culture is passive aggressiveness. You're not used to people talking to you directly. And so when we talk to you directly, you're like, well, did you mean blah, blah? No, I meant what I said. I literally told you what I said. And this is why English people don't understand English, because other cultures and other countries, we have people who speak 3 or 4 languages and English is their 4th language. They will still speak, spell and understand English better than English people. So that's it. CB, good day to you. Mr. I Don't Give a, by the way, you aren't English. You don't have the genes. Who said I was English? Has anyone here said that they're English? Since this chat so far, has anyone said they're English? Have I said I'm English? Again, this is what I mean. English people don't understand English. They hear things you haven't even said. You asked the question, you made the statement, Mr. I Don't Give a, and you're perfectly demonstrating it. I've never said I'm English, but you heard something and you assumed something, so you don't understand English. I am not English. I've never claimed it. I never will be, and I never want to be English. Thank you for demonstrating my point. J-Day says, I'm English, and if I could afford to leave, I would. Yeah, I understand. Peasant number 1 and 2, good day to you. AA, good day to you too. That's why they don't like you, Peasant says. No, this is another account, Peasant 1 and 2. So you're probably following me on my main account. This is my backup account, and that's why I'm over here today. Anbu Black Ops says, but you are British. Yes, by nationality. You guys don't understand the difference between ethnicity, nationality, culture, and heritage, and it shows. I put over here, English people are so angry and uneducated. If you're an English person, are you that too? Uneducated? Because you don't understand the difference between those things. Go and educate yourself. Go and educate yourself. Who's Tara? DW93. Tara then. I think you mean Tara, right? Tara then. Hi Naomi, good to see you. Zoid says, ha, 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 English whether you like it or not. Again, these people, they force English. You see in this conversation so far, someone has told me, you see how I haven't said anything. Someone has told me I'm not English. I haven't even said I'm English. And now someone says, you are English. You see what these people do? They pick and choose what nationality, what ethnicity you are. I haven't even mentioned anything about myself. This is English people. This is what people do. Ridiculous people. Nigel C says he's acting like a typical English fan. Host Sphinx says, what's the difference between British and English? British is a nationality that anybody can adopt. If you become a citizen of Britain or are born on British soil, you are British. English is the Anglo-Saxon ethnicity and lineage directly derived from Northern Europe. I'm not from Northern Europe. Clearly, I'm black. I'm black. That's the difference. And British also includes Scottish, Welsh, Irish as well. So a Scottish person is also not English unless they have a dual nationality in terms of their parentage, right? But they're not instead of English. So that's what the difference is. That's the difference. Someone wants to come up to the panel and have a conversation. Who is this? Blackberry. Is it going to load? Sometimes like it takes a while for people to come up. Oh no, they've disappeared. They've disappeared. So Taxi says, you're Welsh and proud. Such a beautiful place and people. I agree. I really like Welsh culture and Welsh people. I've mentioned a story a few times that me and my friends, when I lived back in the UK, we used to go to Wales. We used to go to the Brecon Beacons every New Year, and we used to do a fire walk and procession. The mayor of the village always used to come and say hello to us, and that's when I first learned about Poppity Ping. You know, loved it, really loved it. People always so nice, and we used to go to this pub, and they used to just let us DJ because it was a big group of us, probably like 20 of us that used to go, and we all went to university together. So there was a big mixed group of us. Black people, white people, brown people. It was brilliant. So fun. So we used to love going to Wales. And I've always found Welsh people to just be so cool. Anyone who's kind of like properly indigenous to Britain is cool in my eyes. Yeah. Welsh people, Scottish people, Irish people, just not the Anglo-Saxons. They've, of course, ruined the island for everybody. Taxi, how are you today?
I'm good. Yes, I agree. I think everybody apart from the Anglo-Saxons has ruined it. I mean, Britain would be so great if the Anglo-Saxons weren't there. We would be the greatest country in the world.
Honestly true. Honestly, it is so true. I'm just going to plug this in because I didn't even remember that I hadn't plugged in my microphone. I was so interested in the conversation. But yeah, I'm glad you've made that realization, Taxi. It is just very much a case of English people not realizing that they're actually not compatible with Britain itself, and what Britain was like before their own invasion and immigration. We talk quite often sometimes about paganism here and the natural traditions in Britain, especially going back to Stonehenge and the Stone Age and the Cheddar Man, etc. We talked about these things, and then we talked about the various invasions. Of course, there were various Viking invasions, and there was the Romans. But even when the Romans came, right, they still did not try to take over. They integrated a little bit. Of course, they had some enslavement, but they didn't colonize, because colonization is an English thing to do.
Yeah,
When the Romans didn't discriminate. They enslaved lots of people. Well, 1 in 3 people during the Roman Empire was a slave, right? 1 in 3. But then, of course, they decided, you know what, it's time for us to retreat back to Italy and etc. to go from the mainland. But also at the same time, the Celtic people were like, we need some help. So that's when they called the Anglo-Saxons. And once the Celtic people did that, that was their mistake, inviting the Anglo-Saxons to Britain. Because when they came, they were like, oh, this is way better than where we're from. We're going to take over now. We're going to force Scottish people not to speak their language anymore. We're going to force Irish and Welsh people not to speak their language anymore.
There's still colonization happening in Britain. I mean, they're trying to now, Reform are trying to come in, and they're trying to say, don't speak Welsh. They're trying to say, Welsh people have always been picked on. There was the Blue Book in history where they made us out that we're very uncivilized, we're thieves, we're robbers, we're this, we're that. They're still stealing our water till this day. England was stealing water from Wales. Then they built the Bristol Bridge, and what they did was that if you want to you could come into Wales for free, but if you want to get out, there's a toll. So they tried to hit our economy. And then when they
Yeah.
were reporting it in the news, they said all the terrorism happens in Wales, even though there's only 2% Muslim population. They demonized us. So then the English government had to do a conference over here and find out what was going on. So that hit our tourist industry. They're always, even in the UK itself, they are completely always at it. They actually haven't stopped. They just
I
haven't
know.
stopped historically.
No, it's okay. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And again, it's the same with Northern Ireland, the same with Scotland too, and
Yeah,
especially with
they don't
Scotland.
stop. They do it economically, they do it politically. They do not stop. Even in
Yeah.
COVID, they didn't. Our government sent a letter. 4 times they asked them, should we do a lockdown, and they were ignored. Then Wales did their own thing. Scotland did their own thing, and they clearly showed the whole world that England cannot communicate with anybody.
Yes. Yes.
They really
That's the
did
thing
make a
about
shame of
England.
themselves in COVID. The whole world was laughing at the UK because it was divided. It was like a soap. You had
Yes.
Nicola Sturgeon, then you had Mark Drakeford on this side, then you had Ireland doing its own thing because they refused to lead and communicate. They couldn't even lead and communicate during a global pandemic. This is how bad it is. It's happening
I
on a
think
daily
what's
basis.
I think what's really upsetting to see is that, of course, if you're born and raised in Britain or in England and you don't get enough information about the rest of the freaking country, we don't get in England any news from Wales, any news from Scotland, any news from Ireland, unless it's bad news when it comes to things like on the levels of the troubles in Ireland. Oh, look, they're rioting over there again. It's ridiculous. It really,
Yeah.
really, really
And
is. It's
that's not
so
even the
ridiculous.
reality. It's not even the reality because all the people from Wales, Ireland, and Scotland actually come from farming backgrounds. And we've got a lot of
Yes.
resources, and that's what they're trying to do. I mean, now we've stopped reform. I was working voluntarily with the party Plaid Cymru, and we want to go for independence and we want to go back to Europe because Wales is quite deprived and we get a lot of funding. And we didn't even vote for leaving Europe, and this is what they did. So we're trying to fight it. So when we get independence, we'll be safe and it'll be a better place, to live in.
I think it's going to happen, and
Yeah, it
especially
is.
after the last few votes and
Yeah,
seeing more people from like Scotland saying we're going to get that independence, finally
yeah,
what we asked
because
for,
they
we're
were,
going to get that
yeah,
independence.
that's what we're all fighting
Yeah.
for is independence away from Westminster, definitely. So then we can be safer and we can actually,
Yes.
develop into the future. I mean, would you
Yeah.
believe Reform said, oh, we should open the mines up again when the rest of the world is going into AI? They were trying to take Wales backwards. Because Welsh
Gee.
people, we come from a mining history and it's family orientated. They're really lovely people. They're working class. That's their heritage and that's the way they are. They're really, really nice. And, they take all the resources from us and really try to deprive us of funds. So why? And they don't even give us our own money to control our own economy. They
Yeah.
said, no, we'll
I
do this
feel
for you.
like I feel like maybe them saying about opening the coal mines again is just one of those tactics where it's like, yeah, working class, we're gonna just make sure that you can get some kind of nostalgia and be like,
Yeah,
yeah, we'll get these jobs back, because those people have been stuck in time. They are
yeah,
still the industrial revolution
yeah,
offspring of people. So
yeah,
they'll
that's
say
right.
things like that to make them think, well, you know what, I'm not going to move forward into the technological era because of that. At the same time, which is I also do have another aspect about it, is that the thing is that prompt coming from reform makes no sense because they very much of the technological era. But for me personally, I am somebody who is actually from the natural world, right? So using natural resources like coal and oil and gas, everything that comes naturally is something that should have been just abundant and been able to be distributed fairly throughout lands and throughout countries, right? So it's something that would have been good to come from the Greens, for example. They would say something about renewable energy or lack of less fossil fuels or something like that. But that when reform says that shit, it's not
Yeah, well,
it's
it's
not
so
legitimate. It's
silly.
not for legitimate.
It's so silly. I mean, we're proud of our mining history. We've
Yeah.
provided coal all over the world. We're on the coast.
Yeah.
People came from all over the world here. I'm not, disputing it. And it was Anya and Bevan who seen all the coal mining families and set up the NHS. The person that set up the NHS is actually Welsh. Okay. And it was he looked at the people, what they're going through in a life and he thought there should be a service. But they came along and we are trying to fight them and hopefully we will and hopefully Pride will stay in and hopefully we will get that independence. And education levels are low in Wales because, again, they're giving us lack of funding. It's not because we are doing it ourselves. So we want to raise all our levels in everything. There is a lot of potential, and especially in the deprived areas, they should give opportunity, like in the Valley to people, But going backwards, that didn't make any sense economically. Look where the rest of the world is doing. Look what they wanted to do in Wales. The mines should say shut. I agree with Carol and Finn. Yeah, definitely. But this is how reform came into Wales and said this is what we're going to do.
Yeah, it's just abusive, it's just manipulation. And the fact is, I've got this prompt here at the top, guys, in the middle: reform and restore. Why is nobody talking about the fact they're trying to kill us all? And the reason why I put that up there is because of the Human Rights Act and messing with the Human Rights
and
Act.
The Equality Act as well. They don't want equality.
Equality.
That's another act. And these are things that we fight for, fundamentals of human rights. This is a fundamental in society. We can't go backwards to the time when it wasn't there.
Yeah.
And atrocious things were happening and it was okay. It's never okay. No.
Yeah, it's really ridiculous that people don't see this and they think it's just so simple to be able to get rid of a particular act that actually affords the protections of every single person who lives in this. I'm just going to have a word with the moderators. Moderators, what's going on in the comment section? Because I don't know what's happening. I'm not seeing abusive language or too much from people, but I don't know if there's too much sensitivity going on now with people in the comment section. Like, we don't need to go to people's profiles. Please just block whatever is happening in this room, okay? Like, I can only just see somebody laughing here. So I don't know why that person was blocked. So please, we don't need to be so sensitive. I do want there to be free-flowing conversation. I don't want to censor too much. That's the whole point. I just don't want to see people being abusive, aggressive, and threatening. Like, that's it. Right, okay? So please be less sensitive towards that. The username, I don't know what that means, but at the same time, like, even if their username, if they're not behaving in a particular way, and it's not threatening to us, we don't need to judge people on their names, I think, as well. But like I've said, it's just the lightning bolt. The lightning bolt is a problem for me. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Yeah, there definitely needs to be more understanding about Wales as a country. And like I said, there isn't.
I mean,
There isn't.
There is some people in England think Wales is abroad and you have to catch a flight to get here. That's how much ignorance has been spread. Honestly, there's people in England who think you can only get to Wales if you fly there. It's abroad. They don't even realise it's part of the UK.
Jesus Christ.
This is the level of ignorance. And they don't teach anything in school about the local geography. They've never taught us about Scotland or Ireland. We learnt ourselves because they've been colonised and they're ashamed. Our parents taught us history. It was the reverend in the local church. He taught us how the history. He taught us about the potato famine and what they did in Scotland and what they did in Ireland. We didn't learn this in school. They keep you ignorant on purpose.
Yeah.
There are people in your city in Wales and they'll say, oh yeah, we've got to fly there. It's abroad, isn't it?
Jesus, that's nonsense. That's wild to me. My dad used to always drive me and my sisters around the corner.
Uneducated and ignorant, this is the level. You'd be shocked at the level.
They do continue to shock me every day, and I don't know why, because I've been doing these lives for almost 2 years, and the stuff they come out with is complete nonsense. Like, really and truly. We had a guy come up yesterday. So I posted a video asking if Henry Novak deserved to die, right? And the reason why I asked that question is because they always say black and brown people deserve to die because if they just follow the rules, they'll still be alive. And if they did that and if they did this, they always say it. All of the time. And I've got videos that I've downloaded of them saying the same thing. Chris Cabot deserved to die because of this. You know, they literally say these things. And so all I did was I asked the question. I never said that Henry Novak deserved to die because he didn't. I never said that. I said, did he deserve to die? Because of what you guys say, which is, you know, he was the antagonizer. He was the bully in the situation, right? He did those things, the things that you accuse black and brown people for. You say that they should die. So by your logic, should he as well? Oh, Fox said that he should die. Like, what the fuck? I never said that. Like,
No, that's what they do. They discuss it. They'll say all the paedophiles are Pakistani, all the immigrants are criminals. But as soon as I mean, look at that group of people who were involved in Britain with the wife, similar to the case in France. Where's the Asian people there? Where's the brown people? They don't even discuss it in mainstream media.
Which person is that? Who are you talking about?
Who? What's the latest case in the UK similar to the one in France, where he was had a whole load of men and they were helping him
Oh,
abuse and rape
yes.
his wife? But where's the Asian people and brown people in there then?
Yes, exactly. And then for us,
And they're not
I got
discussing that.
videos
So
on
for
my page.
all,
No, they never do. I have videos on
yeah,
my page literally talking about the world's biggest PDF rings and, the
yeah,
white men being the ones who are the ones. They are the ones. And of course, you get white men in the comment section doing the same thing again. Oh, but we're talking about Pakistanis now. We're not talking about us. Oh, what about happens in Africa? And I'll say, where in Africa exactly, considering it's a continent and it's a country of
yeah.
54 countries? Like, where?
Where are you
Where?
Moving the
talking
goal,
about?
they move the
They
goalposts
don't
all
know.
the time.
All
Yeah,
the
it's
time.
wrong.
I'll
I mean,
bring you in.
why don't you talk about child safety, safeguarding, having more checks on people, social workers doing
Yes.
their job, giving what they've done over here is they've taken the rights away from parents. You don't see women get raped in the UK. It happens anywhere else. You know how it happens and why grooming is so prevalent? Because they've taken the rights from teachers, parents, social workers can't do anything, and that's the only way
Yes.
men are
And
doing
our
it. That's
peers.
why it's prevalent. Parents
And our
can't
peers.
stop their children.
Just 1 minute,
You could,
Railway. I'll
yeah.
introduce you, Railway. After I'm finished talking to Taxi, I'll bring you in
This is
next,
this is
Railway.
why grooming is prevalent. They're not talking about that. They made it into a racial thing rather than looking at what the government's doing about it, which is nothing.
Absolutely true. Absolutely true. And yeah, Leanne says UK is run by pedlos. And honestly, it is very true because I talk about the many different areas that we are seeing grooming and we are seeing pedophilia. Like it is everywhere. Teachers, doctors, nurses, the government, politicians, the royal family, like your neighbors, your people who you think are friends. I've been talking about this recently and I was on a live yesterday talking about this. Even us as young women in the UK, in school uniform. We've talked about this a lot. The men who are always trying to beep you, always trying to get you to come into their car. You walk home, there's some man in the forest. It is literally in English culture. It
Yeah,
is always white men. And they always just try to tell you, no, 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 no. We aren't like that. We've all got stories. We've
yeah.
all got stories how you like that. So Taxi, I'm just going to move to the next person now, please. Thank you so much. Please stick around because I will come back to you. But we've got the Railway Raven as well here, please. Hello there, the Railway Raven. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Thank you for inviting me.
No problem. Which topic and prompt would you like to discuss today?
Oh, is it kind of like up to me what we talk about?
Yes, yeah, you can choose anyone from there, or if you want to carry on from a conversation that we were just having.
I mean, yeah, the conversation we're having was very interesting. Kind of touches on my life experience a little bit myself. I'm Greek Italian. My stepfather was Muslim. My mother was Jehovah's Witness, and we went to C of E school, primary school. We grew up in Blackpool, the north of England. And my stepfather was an illegal immigrant through the 90s, so I kind of have first-hand experience from that. He's a lovely man. He's provided an awful lot for the country. He obviously he's the father of my beautiful little brother and sister as well. Love them to bits. I think the goalposts are moved continuously. You touched upon the Human Rights Act. I think a lot of people start battle crying when they hear that, like this man's going to he's going to do us a favour. He's going to turn this country back to being what it is. I genuinely don't believe it. Do I hear some things that I hear and maybe I resonate a little bit with? Probably. Do I sit back and look at the whole thing and think that these people have my best interest or my neighbour's best interest at heart? No, I genuinely don't. I believe politics is caused, by the nature of politics, it's caused to divide. Just in its own nature, it's a divisive mechanism. If you're left, I'm right. Just by default, we're against each other. We're opposites.
Yeah.
I live in Crewe at the moment.
Do you mind me asking how old you are?
I'm 34.
You're 34. Okay. So do you remember? I mean, it was probably actually, well, yeah, you would be old enough. Yeah. I'm losing concept of time. So obviously I mean, actually, let me ask you this in a different way. Were you more politically inclined or were you politically aware when Jeremy Corbyn was in as Labour leader?
No, I wasn't. No.
Okay. So around that time and before that time, the UK was fairly centrist because flipping from left to right was not a big swing like it is right now. And
Okay.
Jeremy Corbyn, because he actually started highlighting a lot of the problems in the country and a lot of the problems that were happening worldwide, that's when people started to realise, oh shit, we're not as liberal as we thought we were.
Yes.
And
Okay.
because the government didn't want that, right? They didn't want us to see actually all of the problems. That's when they said, we're not going to have Jeremy Corbyn as part of the government anymore. He was ousted by the Labour Party themselves, and he was called an anti-Semite, even though he's actually very pro-Palestinian. And, you know, they were trying to say, they smeared him so badly, Jeremy Corbyn, that he lost a seat in his political party, and he actually has had to stand as an independent now, and he is an independent. But he's the reason why we now are in this left and right pendulum back and forth. And honestly, I don't think it's going to get anywhere centrist again, probably for the next 7 or 8 years, because it is very cleverly done now, politics, where Labour Party, people still vote for Labour because they don't know how to vote for any other party, thinking that they are still the Labour and they are for the people. They're still thinking that, not realising that they've had a Zionist Prime Minister in Keir Starmer, and also they're going to bring in another one in Andy Burnham. You know, and these people are not for British people, they are for the 1%. They are for the Zionists. And, you know, they're going to increase taxes even more, and they're going to abuse people in the more. They're simultaneously taking away rights. And as we've mentioned about the human rights thing, is that the Conservative government already tried to take away and tried to edit the Human Rights Act in 2023, I think it was. And the human rights lawyers said, don't touch that, it's too dangerous. So now it's coming around again. And all that, if you're very politically aware, all you know is that they're just doing this just so Nigel Farage can get into power. This is what it's all leading up to. If you don't see it coming, you'll be surprised. You'll be like, oh, how did Nigel Farage get to be Prime Minister? It's because of all of these reasons. It is the slow manipulation, and it's making people so busy that they don't see what's happening. They don't see it. But that's why it's very, very scary and very dangerous. And that's why I had to leave the UK 5 years ago.
Bless you, bless you. I hope you're having a lovely life. I'm sure you are. I was myself. I'll be honest, being a bit of a naughty lad growing up. I'm only just in these later years holding myself accountable. I have a beautiful family, and I want what's best for them. About 8 weeks ago, we were looking at properties in Spain and in Sicily and stuff like this. And then I live in Crewe at the moment. And then within a week of me looking at these properties, a place I'd already been to before was raided by 500 police officers, and £5 million was spent on it. Webb House in Crewe. It's a cult. These people were allowed to come into this country through COVID-19 on 12 specialised work visas. And at the moment, we've just been protesting over the past 8 weeks. And I think by default, I've been kind of getting political, although I've been trying to stay away from politics. We've been after accountability and transparency. And we believe with what's happened here on our doorstep, the government and the local authorities are very much accountable. And I think if systems can fail in this town, systems can fail up and down the country. And I think the wider picture people need to be looking at is coming together as a community. One person might say one thing. When I first turned up to this protest, I heard some racist connotations. Due to my life experiences, maybe I shouldn't be so normal with hearing things like that. But I don't take that message as the first message. I do believe there's always something underneath that someone might be trying to get out. They just might not be articulate enough. And during the process of this, we've been getting together and talking to many people from different backgrounds, different faiths, religions. And slowly but surely, we have been coming together and learning and growing as a group. And the community's been awfully strong. It really, really has. I can't emphasise on how strong it's been. And during this process, we have realised that a lot of local authorities and government are responsible for an awful lot of things. We're not protected by these laws are, being infringed upon. Our rights are being infringed upon. I think people need to go and look at the King's speech, what he delivered to the White House and the President of the USA a few weeks ago. He touched upon the common law and the Magna Carta. I think people need to kind of remember common law and Magna Carta. Democracy is a Greek word, demo meaning people and kratos meaning power. Demokratos, it's power to the people. It's on us as a community of people to turn things around and come together. These discussions really do help. But coming outside our doors as well, as scary as it can be, especially at times like this, is something that we really need to do and pull together with.
I have some thoughts and feelings about democracy and how it is actually applied in the UK. The UK is not a democratic country at all. It's not
anymore now.
democratic. It's not democratic. It is, here are two parties to choose from, and we're going to force you to pick from these two, even though there are several
Yes.
other parties. And for examples on Question Time, they pick and choose who they want to show, who they want to put exactly on the TV so that you can get to know them. We know that Zach Polanski has been kiboshed from so much media for so long, and then there, of course, there's this vilification of him, saying all these things about him. And this is what I think is just so silly about Britain, or let me say United Kingdom, not Britain, the United Kingdom, is that these British values, right, are just so stupid. And even I bring up the one about tolerance. Like, people don't realize that tolerance is accepting something you hate. That's not a good phrase. Like, no, you're not supposed to tolerate people, because that's why people get so angry. They're like, oh, well, we've got all these Muslims here and these black people here, and I just have to tolerate. I don't like it, but I have to just accept it. No, you're supposed to embrace different people and different cultures and different ways that people are living, because that's what makes life beautiful. Like, that is literally what makes life beautiful. So, there is the UK is so lost in in terms of what it could be. Like, the UK could be amazing. It really could be amazing. But like Taxi said, and like I agree, is the English. And I will pick up on something that you did say, and I don't know if you realised it, but it also kind of made me sad, is that you were talking about your father in the beginning, and you said, my dad has contributed a lot to this country, and the UK makes you only think you have value if you contribute to it. Your father's not just a job and the money that he's put into a country. That's honestly that's the English mindset. They said the same thing with the Eastern Europeans, right? Didn't they? They're like, oh, they work hard. We're all right with them now, even though they discriminated against heavily and kicked them out of the country in 2016. Now it's like, oh no, they pay their taxes and they're all right. We like them now only because Henry Novak was killed.
It's like a justification, and you are right with that. I kind of justify my dad once being an illegal immigrant and now being here. He's been here for over 30 years, but it's almost a justification to a degree. And it's sad because, the man's health isn't the best now, and it's the amount he's worked, genuinely he's worked his soul into the ground, bless him. And it's not that I take from him. I take an awful lot of life experience from him. I'm blessed to have been around him. Obviously, he's my stepfather, and just to be able to be a part of the Muslim community and stuff like that when I was a younger man. I'm not a religious man in any sense now, but I'm appreciative of it. I'm just fortunate enough to be able to have travelled the world and seen other cultures and people as well through my father.
It helps, doesn't it? It helps a lot. I'm the same, actually. I've travelled to over 50 countries, and I've moved to a Muslim country myself. No, it's not the UAE. And like I said, I left 5 years ago, and because I was able to travel so much, I got to see the world in all of its beauty and all of its glory. And I felt my energy change when I was coming back to the UK. I felt depressed, and I could literally feel it more. I could feel the toxicity, I could feel the negativity, and I was like, I need to get out of here. I really need to get out of here. And that's what it is. And I think this is what English people don't seem to realize, is just how much they are molded and manipulated for them to see the world through only this lens, right? And like I said, it is that people we talked about earlier, you would have heard Taxi and I talking about how you don't hear anything about Scotland, you don't hear anything about Wales or Ireland. These places are so beautiful and the cultures are so rich as well, but there's no promotion of these things. I would love to see on the television, take a train to Wales this weekend, take a train to Scotland. Where is that? You don't even have that on your television, right? To go around the country and literally see your neighbours. And the fact that people think you need a plane to go to Wales, like, what the hell? Like, this is crazy.
As an English person, I used to do a bit of boxing back in the day, and as an English person going up to Scotland for one of my boxing matches, I was very, very, very nervous. There's that kind of almost international thing where intonation thing. Like between the aisles, it's very competitive, and it doesn't seem like we're ever united in that sense.
Yeah,
and that's part of the British. People touch upon the British being a British Empire and stuff. Yeah, it is a company. It's a registered company, and I think people need to realise this and remember this. It's a registered company.
Yes, this is right. Yes. Yes.
We're Celtic people, we're Celtic tribes, we're English, Scottish, Welsh and Irishmen. We're not British people. When people stand outside the Parliament with that British flag saying you've awoken the lion, the Parliament laugh because no one's awoke yet. Nobody's awoke.
Yes, you are absolutely right. I tell English people that the country is a company and they get so mad. No, it's not. Like, excuse me, you had East India Company,
Yeah.
you had Dutch, whatever it's called. Just because the word's not company at the end doesn't mean it's not a company anymore. It's literally created because of all of the theft and all of the invasion and all of the colonization, 171 countries. They needed to put a business together to hold this theft, to hold this stolen
Yeah.
wealth. It
The
is
Church
business.
the Church of England, the Bank of England. These are different entities of the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom was registered as a company in 1950.
There you go.
We run on maritime law. The world and the
Yes.
international laws run on common law. A lot of other of our Commonwealth countries, such as like India, used to be part of this. Australia, these run on common law. And this is people need to wake up a little bit. The lion, you're not
Exactly.
waking the lion up.
Exactly. The more you know, like everybody knows the phrase, knowledge is power. But for some reason, English people seem to be allergic to it. They seem to be allergic because literally I sit on this platform all of the time. I talk truthfully. I say da 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 da, and they're like, no. They will start screaming and crying racism. That's exactly what they do, and I'm like, what the frick is wrong? Like, what's wrong with you guys? I don't know. But thank you so much, The Railway. I'm going to move to the next person now. That was a brilliant conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your day. Thank you very much.
No problem. You too. Africa, my brother is here. Africa.
Hey, folks. Hey.
Hello, my
hey,
dear.
hey.
How are you doing?
Oh, no, I'm on.
You're right. You good?
No, I'm coming. No. Sorry.
What? Are you talking to me or someone else? Do you need to
Sorry, the
mute?
code switching. No. My bad.
Yes. Which topic would you like to talk about, my dear?
Oh my gosh, there's so many.
Yes.
In regards to do you know what? There's two things I wanted to talk about actually. Number one, this one is the easier one to get out of the way. Like one of the things I often like that often makes me sick is like when people, often the racists and the right wingers who speak about like the kind of like the nostalgia of Britain's martial history. And I'm like, you've not really read what happened, because like this idea that like British soldiers were turning up, rocking up to all parts of the world with superior martial like expertise and just beating people down. That's not what happened.
That's not what happened.
That's not what happened.
They kept having to go home and come back again multiple times.
And the key tool that you got that the British Empire, the most useful tool that the British Empire had was lack of hygiene and disease and pathogens.
Disease, yeah, it was disease, and it was
disease.
pew.
It was before like even like when people talk about like how did England go and take America and take the Native Americans, bro? It's because you're diseased, man. It's because it's not because you defeated the Native Americans on the battlefield. It's because of 90% of their population was destroyed because like British people brought syphilis, brought smallpox.
Yeah, they didn't wash their ass. They didn't wash their legs. All the stuff they still don't do now. They were still doing it, but doing it internationally.
Yeah, this whole idea of like, like, but even with all the respect, like you can see in the World Cup when there's any semblance of fairness, and like people are having to compete mano a mano.
Yeah,
you can see both. you can see who populates the teams. When you can't rely on pathogens, when you can't use like when it's just mano a mano, who wants it more? You can see who populates the teams of the World Cup.
Yes,
it's not the people with the most opportunity. But like in regards to the second thing I wanted to talk about is in regards to what was it? In regards to the vampiric nature of like certain racists, because it is so bizarre to me that like, especially like with the whole Black Lives Matter stuff, like the whole way through Black Lives Matter, they were smearing Black Lives Matter, they were poo-pooing on the protests, but they were listening. They were listening to weapon. They were like, so
watching and studying like they do.
The stuff that came out after Henry Novak was so bizarre, because I was like, so you've been listening the whole time. You've been listening when black people have been telling you that we have two-tier policing for decades and decades. Yeah. You've been listening. Yeah. When we put the fist up, you've been watching. You've been listening. when we went down on the knee and the players were getting booed and racial abuse, you knew that was right. You knew that was the right thing to do because you quickly adopted it. If it was so disgusting, like if we're such victims, why did you adopt it?
Yes.
Like if there was nothing in those protests, is this vampiric? Honestly, it's a vampiric kind of destiny swapping. It's like, no, I'm not gonna listen to you. But hey man, I'm gonna take your I'm gonna take your I'm gonna take your plights, I'm gonna take your movements, I'm gonna take your methods of protest, and I'm gonna weaponize them for racism. It's like for me it's a bizarre thing. I don't know if there's a word, if we have a word to properly describe that, because it's so crazy to me. I'm just like, because like I'm sure like this is 2-3 years ago when the players took the knees. The avalanche of boos that they got when they would take the knee at Wembley, to an avalanche of boos. But when Henry Novak that was unalived, people went on the knees. I thought the right wing were against, like, I thought you were against identity politics. I thought you were against weaponizing, like I thought, and it's so, for me it's so disgusting because like we've told you like that the police are racist. We've told you that the police were not fit for purpose. We've told you that the police come up and that they're corrupt, that they escalate situations. We told you that. We told you. We've told you for decades. Hey man, there's a two-tier policing thing, and like the way we get longer sentences for the same crimes, we get stopped and searched more. The way they treat us, and the whole time, like the right wingers were telling us, "Hey, shut up, man. Just follow the law. Hey, go." No. Not only they told us to shut up, they told us go raise your kids. That's what they told us to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen those videos too. It's like, oh, if only you raised your children better. I saw a video today of that exact thing. It was about the Paul Cyrus kid in America with the Rick Chow situation. It was actually an Asian lady, of course, saying, oh, if you just raise your children better, knowing that Cyrus didn't actually do anything. He didn't steal anything. He actually even patted down his own jumper to say that he had not stolen anything before he left the store.
But
and then it cuts to, so she's saying, raise your children better, is cuts to the mother saying, my child has got this GDP, we're this and this in our jobs and blah, 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 blah. We are being raised by our parents. My dad is an accountant. My mum is a nursery nurse. My sisters work for Mercedes head office. Like, we literally have all these jobs. And again, we're talking about, as we know, a lot of the white working class. What jobs do they have? What jobs do they have? Like, you raise your children better. Stop asking everybody else to raise their children better when we've just talked about, and we know that white working class boys are the lowest performing at GCSE. And they're the ones who are up the shops doing graffiti and creating their gangs and things like that. And I'm talking about me remembering this from when I was a child. The same situation back then, we're seeing the same stuff again now. It is the same people. But you always want to vilify black and brown people because you don't want to reflect upon yourself. This is the whole thing. This is all what they do, is they always, what's that saying, isn't it? If you point one finger towards someone, there's always three pointing back to you. This is them. This is them.
Even as you said, with like now even recently the whole destiny swap. It's so funny that like now that like they're coming out and saying, oh no, the white boys are underachieving in the school system. Like when there was issues with young Caribbean boys underachieving in the school system, you told us to go and raise our kids. You told us you told us, well, if you would spend more time, if the fathers would be in the home. All of a sudden, when white boys are underachieving, oh my gosh, we need to have a systemic review of how we do education.
It's literally the conversation right now. So that's why I put that prompt up there. English people being so angry and uneducated. Like, it is very, 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 very annoying to see what's going wrong with these white boys. Nothing is going wrong. The parents are not doing their job.
Exactly.
It's a cultural thing. We are all growing up in the same system. What's happening? Look, that person, they're probably still here. What's happening? Again, I will tell you, English people, exactly the problem with you people. Why you are so uneducated and angry is because, like I said, you don't understand English, right? What's happening? You don't understand English. You hear things that have not even been said, and you say things that have nothing to do with what we're talking about. English people, you are the problem. Yeah, I said you people. Again, you see, They don't hear what they say. They come up the phrases, you people, and tell everybody, you people, you people. I use the same phrase. All of a sudden, you can't say that. You can't say that. English people, you are the problem. Henry Novak didn't deserve to die. I asked the question, did he? Because like what we're discussing right now, Africa and I, you're telling black and brown people all the time, should have just obeyed, should have just followed the law. And Africa, actually, it was our conversation that we had when I had Henry Novak being a bully. Like, why is no one talking about it? It was our conversation that highlighted that to me as well. And I was like, yeah, Africa's right. That's exactly what they do. And that is exactly what we see and we know. English people, white people are always saying, why didn't they just follow the law? They could have just done this. Oh, they deserved it because they were into drugs or they were in the wrong place. All these kind of excuses that white people make and say it is justification. I even just saw today, someone said Chris Cabot, and I've got it. They went on LBC and they said Chris Cabot deserved to die. Literally out of his own mouth said Chris Cabot deserved to die. I've got it. I'm going to post a video about this later because white people always do this. And I said in my video, white people are judge, jury, and executioner. So how do you judge Henry Novak?
And
Suddenly I'm the problem. Suddenly I'm the problem.
Folks, and if I'm keeping it a buck with you, if I'm keeping it a buck, if I look at the situation with Eve Sakila, if I look at the situation with George Floyd, and if I look at the situation with Chris Cabot, and I compare the situation to Henry Novak, none of those young men escalated that situation. All of those men had escalatory homicidal force inflicted on them.
Yes.
Whereas Henry Novak, if he had shut his mouth, he'd be alive.
That's right.
If Henry Novak didn't escalate that situation, he'd be alive.
He'd be alive.
If Henry Novak hadn't followed that boy, he would have been alive.
He would have been alive.
I'm not saying he deserved to die, but if you compare case by case, Henry Novak escalated that situation. And when you mention this to people like they scream and they pull out their hair. No, because they don't like their own medicine. Because
Henry Novak wasn't dealing with firearms.
Please don't
relax.
Don't interrupt. I will come to you. What's happening? Just wait. If you unmute and you interrupt, you will get dropped. Okay, this is your chance to have a conversation with me because I know I've seen you here before. If you want to actually have a conversation with me, you just have to wait your turn. But you see, you've got quite a few people waiting, right? So carry on, Africa.
Yeah. Once again, Henry Novak escalated that situation. And Henry Novak would be alive if he did not escalate that situation. Henry Novak didn't need to be unalived, but he unfortunately escalated the situation that went out of control and he lost his life because of it. Yeah. But people are completely unwilling to even have that conversation because Henry Novak is white. If Henry Novak was black, we'd be having a conversation about him escalating the situation. If he was Asian, we'd be having a conversation about him escalating the situation.
Yeah, and because we've seen it happen time and time again. We have the knowledge, we have the case studies, we have the proof, we have all of these things, and when we apply the same thing,
just imagine,
all of a sudden it doesn't matter anymore.
Just imagine two young black boys at the same age as Henry Novak and Mr. Digwell. Now imagine if like one of the black boys had unalived the other black boy, and it came out in the transcripts that the boy that had been unalived had said, "Oh, do something! Oh, you're a bad guy. Do something, then do something." Oh, open a shut case. Yeah, he escalated that situation.
Exactly. Yeah, again, he antagonized it. Yeah, exactly. He put himself in that position. He shouldn't have done that. Same thing.
I promise you, if that would been
because we have the ability to be the same across the board, but white people always pick and choose what they want to be upset for, what they don't want to be upset for, what they give a free pass to somebody for, what they don't give a pass for. That's their problem. If they actually started to be consistent, they would understand the 2T policing like what you brought up. They would understand it, but they're not consistent at all.
100%. And Fox, before I go, because I know there's a few people were waiting. The only thing now I've come to this point is like I just fight fire with fire, because a lot of people, a lot of the time when you have these conversations and like people tell you, and you try and give a rational critique of how English people conduct themselves, oftentimes they often tell you, go back to Africa if you don't like it. And I'm just I'm at the point of telling people, man, I just send people maps of Saxony. I told them, hey man, if I'm going back to Africa, I'm gonna need you to get on the same flight back to Germany.
That's right.
Remind people, you're not
go
from
to
here.
Aleman.
None of us.
What's the German national anthem? I don't know, but they should learn.
I don't know. I'm gonna remind people that, like, hey, the same way I'm not from here. Anglo-Saxons are not from here either.
That's
like
right.
Saxony is not in the UK. The Angle Peninsula is not in the UK. Celtic people are not from the UK. These are all immigrants from mainland Europe. I am not. If we are not from here, I'm going to remind you, you're not from here as well.
Yeah.
And if
Do
I
you
need
know
to take a
what?
flight,
Were you
if I need to,
here when I had that as the prompt? I said, should English people go back to Germany?
Yeah,
It was
like
it was a unanimous decision. They should go.
and just
Unanimous.
say, let's just like, yeah, if we should go back to Africa, I'm gonna need you to go back to Normandy. I'm gonna need you to go back to Saxony. I'm gonna need you to go back. Yeah, go back to Denmark is beautiful.
Yeah,
Germany is beautiful.
exactly. These places are nice. It's not an insult. It is like, if you don't like Britain the way it is, the way that you know people actually want it to be, they do want it to be as diverse as it is and to embrace different cultures. If you don't like it, leave. Like that's
Folks,
it.
honestly, I think you need to add that into you need to add that phrase into your vocabulary. If you don't like modern multicultural England, go back to Germany.
It's already in mine. It's already
That's
been
what
in
I tell
mine for quite
people.
some time.
if you don't like diversity, if you don't like black men being able to speak in modern Britain, go back to Denmark, go back to Germany. We don't need you here.
Exactly. That's it. Thank you so much, Africa. I'm going to move to the next person now. Thank you, bro. You have a good day. Bye. Bye. Right, we got Kieran next, please. Kieran, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Good, good. Which topic would you like to discuss, please?
English people being so angry and educated.
Okay. What would you like to add?
I don't know. I've had a lovely life in England, and it's not. I've found lots of people who are not uneducated and friendly and happy. Mm-hmm. And like, I don't know. I live in a nice place. You know, I've got my mum loves gardening, so do my neighbours, and like, I don't know. We went up. We have. My mum's had horses, so we've all went up and down the country, like doing Royal International, Olympia, Horse of the Year show. And like, I don't know, my mum made me do piano lessons when I was a kid. I went to youth group on a Friday. Mm-hmm. But like, I've had a lovely life, you know what I mean? I've loved it here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, this does say English people. It doesn't say Kieran up there.
Yeah, but
it says English people, which is plural Kieran.
No,
That's
but
why
I'm
it's up
English.
there. But that would be English person Kieran on the prompt there.
No,
Kieran.
no, but that
it says English
me.
people. It would say Kieran and his friends.
No, but that includes me, doesn't it?
But it says English people, which is plural, which is the group, which is the country and the culture of people, Kieran.
That includes me.
If you want to include yourself, okay, but you are not the individual
example.
This is what I mean by uneducated, guys.
But you're just
proving
talking
my
about...
point. You're proving my point, Kieran. Like explaining English grammar, English people not understanding English. It's literally this, Kieran.
But I don't understand.
Yeah, exactly. You don't understand, Kieran. You don't understand, Kieran, because if you actually could wake up and see your country, you would see that people are very angry at the moment. And you would see this lack of education when we're talking about things like the truth of the British Empire. We're talking about the Industrial Revolution. We're talking about the poor GCSE grades that white working class boys have because they're uneducated. You are literally proving my point by now by not actually being educated enough about what's going on in England right now.
There's everywhere across the world has problems. Every country.
Does the prompt say everywhere in the world, or does it say England and English people?
But you're just talking about poverty.
No,
and rich
what
people.
does it say?
What
does it say? Does it say everywhere in the world, or does it say English people in England?
But you're just saying about the haves and have-nots.
Excuse me. Can you hear me talking? Can you hear me?
You're just talking about the haves and have-nots.
I
think you've got confused with money and non-money.
This is the problem with English people.
No, you've got
they
confused
don't
with
want
having money and not having money.
Kieran is really explaining my points very, very well. English people having their own narrative in their own mind and sticking to it like this. I'm trying to have a back and forth conversation to explain why this prompt is as it is. But Kieran, being as uneducated as he is and not being able to understand English, he's refusing to hear the words that are coming out of my mouth to explain some situation.
But you're not giving Kieran the chance to talk.
Please do. Kieran's had plenty of chance to talk, but he's not understanding the prompt. The prompt is the prompt. This is what we're discussing here. We're not just having a let's get to know Kieran conversation. We're talking about prompts here. So please don't interrupt. Pardon?
I just feel like the prompt is attacking all British people, so it's just going to make us not...
That doesn't say British. Does it say British
English,
up there?
English, it's going to just make us then not like, you're going to make all English people not like you instead of just
All
attacking.
English people. Kieran, you've obviously not been to my lives before because I have plenty of English people who are in the comment section right now and have come on my panels many times to be able to discuss prompts very well,
Yeah,
actually,
but they're probably the uneducated
they're
ones.
no, they are the educated
No,
ones,
they won't be
Kieran.
though, because I know like the people that I've hanged around with that are professionals. If they read your prompt, they would just be like, ugh, you know what I mean? And they would not like you. So like you're gonna make even the professional ones not like you. You know,
Oh no, I'm literally sat here worried about what English people are thinking about me. Oh, thanks so much, Kieran.
I know, but it's the uneducated ones that are gonna agree with these prompts. You know what I mean? That's the funny thing. It's ironic because
It's fun. It's
I have
funny
to
in your.
laugh.
It's funny.
I'm
It's
sorry,
funny in your.
sister. I
Inti,
have to
Inti,
laugh.
please don't interrupt. Inti, please don't interrupt. You know my panel, Inti. Please don't interrupt. I will come to you when it's time. Please wait. I'm having a conversation with Kieran. Kieran, it is quite funny, and you're seeing people in the comment section saying that you're gaslighting and you're manipulating, which is actually quite an English trait. It's what narcissists do, Kieran. Are you aware of narcissism, Kieran? Are you
yeah,
aware
I
of
know what
that?
narcissism is. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what it is. But what the thing is about narcissists is they actually don't even realize that they're narcissists as well. It is a problem, and it's very much baked into the English identity. Narcissism, sociopathy, and psychopathy. Those things are actually quite baked into it because you're not able to see outside of yourself. Narcissists can only see themselves and put themselves in a situation. This is why empathy is also quite missing from English culture, because when we, black and brown people, people from the global majority, or anyone who's not straight and white, basically says an experience of themselves, they're like, well, I'm not like that, and my people are not like that. That's narcissism.
Oh well,
So I hope that you get some help soon, Kieran. Truly,
it's sad you
because
feel that way.
honestly, yeah, because honestly, narcissism is a bit of a problem for people around, and especially if you've got friends and family around you who are not willing to tell you truthfully about what your behavior might be like, right? And
It's
honestly,
sad
and
you feel that way.
I've got sad you feel like again narcissistic phrasing as well. I'm sad you feel that way. Sorry you feel that way. Yeah, this is from the script of narcissism, Kieran. It's from
No,
the
but I am
script.
sad you feel that way because I don't know why you
No,
feel
you're
like
not
that
sad
towards
because
everyone.
you're a narcissist. You don't have the ability to feel sad for others. Like I said, empathy is lacking. Sorry.
But I just feel like you feel like we're attacking you. You know what I mean?
Where have I said anything about me or my opinions or me feeling attacked? Have I? Quote me what I've said
No,
since you've
but
been here. Quote me, Kieran.
you can just tell.
No,
You know
no,
what I
you
mean?
can't tell because I'm a very direct person. I'm Nigerian. I'm African. We talk directly about what we think, feel, see, and hear. Tell me exactly what you've heard. Tell me.
You just come across upset.
But this is what narcissists are. They're unable to read emotions correctly. If I was upset, people who have been here have literally seen me cry over baby Preston. They've seen me cry over some personal experiences I have had in England. Yeah. But in terms of me actually being misunderstood, I have cried about it, Kieran. I've literally been like, I felt like I was a bad person because I was speaking honestly and truthfully in certain situations. And I said, and I felt like I was a bad person. Like I literally felt like I was a bad person. And I cried about that too. But where would you see upset, Kieran? Because I have these subject matters and you feel personally attacked because you said you put yourself in there. So it's because you feel personally upset that you think that I have the problem and I am upset. And that is what we call projection, Kieran.
Well, yeah, you are personally attacking all English people, I suppose.
Exactly, that's what you think. But I'm
No,
not
that's what you're
personally
doing.
attacking. No, it's not an attack by talking truthfully about what we see, think, hear, and feel.
I suppose if that's what your opinion on the matter, I suppose that's fair enough.
I love the
isn't
way
it?
that you're just deflecting with all of this. It's brilliant, Kieran. Honestly, this is classic. Honestly, as somebody who actually has a real keen interest in psychology, this is a brilliant conversation for me, Kieran. Thank
Well,
you.
I've had a brilliant life in Britain. I'm proud to be British. You know,
Great.
but you didn't, and you're not. You know?
Yeah, no, I didn't. No, actually, you know
No,
what? Let me be truthful.
no, you just said you didn't.
No, I said, let me be truthful. I said, I'm going to take back, I'm going to say some things that I actually did enjoy about living in Britain. I like the fact that it was very green. You know, there's a lot of green spaces. I love the south of England, for example, Cornwall, right? I love that. I spent a month down there, had my dogs down there. I even went to Weight Watchers. I loved it. But then I realised that Cornwall Cornwallians are Celtic people who are indigenous to the land. They're not the Anglo-Saxons. I enjoyed myself in Wales, like I mentioned earlier. I enjoyed myself in Scotland. Scotland's all right. I loved Ireland. Again, the problem is the Anglo-Saxon. It's where the Anglo-Saxons are I don't enjoy myself. Their energy is poor. The people are negative. They're very racist and they don't want to admit that they are. They're very jealous. You can go on TikTok after this conversation if you want, Kieran, and just look up English people jealous. And it will be English people saying themselves that other English people are jealous. It is in the culture. I'm willing to see these things, and I can see these things where other people like yourself does not see these things, unfortunately.
I just think it's more the, society with different classes, isn't it? With people who have money and people who don't.
Who's talking about money? You're talking about money. The first thing you said was about horses and education. Blah,
Exactly.
blah. You've talked about
So
money.
I've lived a different life to you.
What do you mean? What kind of life do you think that I've lived?
Well, we've lived a different life, you know what I mean? So
Which
you're
is
going to come
what?
across.
Which is what? You think I grew up poor?
You've not had the same lifestyle as me.
You think that I haven't had the same? I just told you I play piano. When
No,
you said
but-
piano, I said I play piano as well.
Yeah, but you can play piano in a public school. But the thing is, it's not your colour, your skin. Why I don't think you have money. I don't think anyone on the panel will have had money growing up.
So-
that's why they're so upset about it.
Kieran, when it comes to actually things like money, it's very interesting. Yeah, Brian Isaac, he's totally classist. Yes, he's absolutely classist. Do you identify you being classist as well, Kieran?
I'm a higher class probably than most of you on the panel, yeah, and you.
No. I didn't ask you which class. I said, do you know you're classist? Do you know what classist
Oh, I know
is?
I know the class system, yeah.
So do you think you're classist?
Well, no, I wouldn't judge anyone from another class,
Well,
but
you
I can
have.
see why.
Excuse me, you have. You've judged
No, but I can see why
everyone.
you'd be
You've
upset
judged
if you think you have less
everybody
than
on the
one other
panel
one.
who's not even opened their mouths yet, and you've judged me, and now you're trying to say that you're not classist.
No, because I can see why you'd be upset.
And
if you
everyone
feel
in
you've
the
had
comment
less than me.
section, who's upset? And who
No, because I
don't
feel
know
you can see
me?
if you are. No, because
You
this
don't
is
know
why you feel
me.
upset that you have less, because you've not experienced the things that I've had. So, like,
Guys, do I have to do what I do sometimes to show these people?
No, but this is why
do I
you
have
have
to
all
do
these
what I have to
opinions,
do?
because you've experienced lower class.
Do I have to do
Britain.
these things?
And what does this prove exactly? The house price of a price in that area may be very low. I don't know.
Would you like to see my vehicles as well, Kieran?
Yeah.
As well.
What
Yeah?
vehicles do you have?
I'm not going to get up and perform for you. I'm going to sit here and just show you, because Kieran, when you make assumptions about other people, you become the representative of England. And that's exactly what you're doing right now. You came here as an English person. You were very quick to say, I'm English. I put myself in this category.
Am English.
You've put yourself in that category of the arrogant, ignorant, uneducated English person that we're talking about. So
There's some
thank
nice
you
vehicles
so
on my
much,
drive as
Kieran.
well. There's
I'm
some nice
sure there is.
vehicles
Thank you so much, Kieran. We're done with that conversation. So everybody, that is England. Right, we've got Minaj next, please. Minaj, how are you, Minaj?
Hi, folks. How are you?
I'm lovely. How are you?
Yeah, I'm
You
fine.
Good? I
Yeah,
just asked that. Yeah.
yes,
Go on.
right. The thing is, the fact of matter is, I think at schools they need to really teach the brutality, the atrocities, what the East India Company did all around the world.
Yes.
Britain was ruling like 112 countries. So Thomas Roe was invited by Jahangir. His son was not well, and he went to India. It was a bigger India at that time. And after 40, 50 days of his treatment, Jahangir said, weigh him and give him the gold and diamonds. So Sir Thomas Roe was very, his eyes was open. So if this emperor can give me for 50 days treatment so much gold and diamond, let me see how much wealth this country has got. So all he said is, I don't want all that. Just allow me and my country to trade with you. And that was a mistake.
I'm just going to make sure that we are sticking on topic, because I do have those prompts up there. Are you talking about that angry and uneducated? Is that why you're talking about history? Because they don't know.
Yeah, they need
these
to
parts.
teach that. I mean,
Yeah.
Sir Robert Peel. I'm sorry. I'm an ex, officer. I used to work for Greater Manchester Police as a community officer, and I was recruited under the Robert Peel funding. And Robert Peel was one of the first black officer in 1918 or 1919. So this is what we need to understand. That I mean, if you go around all Britain, how many chief constables have been black or Asian? So
Are we on the topic still here? Are we still on the topic?
we are on the topic. I mean, what I'm trying to say is, multiculturalism, diversity will work when we all come together and understand the problem. Only one section of the society, if they don't understand the problem, then this will lead to racism, chaos.
Yes, I absolutely agree. Thank you so much, Manoj. Unfortunately, you're not really talking about the topics here. It's not the topics we're talking about today, like diversity and multiculturalism, not really talking about that. But I appreciate you coming up as well. That's why I've just had to drop you so we can stick on topic. Thank you so much. Okay, we've got What's Happening next, please. What's happening? How are you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. Lovely weather, lovely morning.
Good. Which topic would you like to discuss, please?
English people being so angry.
Okay. What would you like to add?
And I'd say there's a reason for that, isn't there, Fox?
Why is that then?
People like yourself stirring up, hatred and racism and division whilst you've moved away.
So you're upset that I moved away, actually. I think that's what
No, but you're still up here. You're not even in the UK.
Yeah, I'm hearing...
Yet you're dictating to others how they should act in a country you no longer live in.
What am I telling people to do, please?
You do every day.
What am I telling them to do? Please stick to one bit. No, one bit at a time. You just said, I'm telling people what to do. What am I telling people to do?
Yeah, basically hate white people. I'll say it as it is.
No, you said basically say
and English people.
What am I do? What have I said to actually say that? What have I said?
Basically,
no,
what you
there's
want
no
people
basically.
To do.
English people don't understand English.
I'll
Stop
answer
saying
for you.
Basically, you're.
I can answer for you. You don't like English people. All right.
It's true. I don't. Yes, thank you.
There you go. So you're putting this rhetoric, right, on your lives for people to hate English people.
No.
No. That's it. It's that simple, Fox. It's not hard.
Let me tell you exactly what I'm doing. I dislike English people because of reasons that I've actually said, which is the colonization, which is the poor attitudes.
Something you never suffered.
Listen, see, for people like you, what's happening? This is the reason why the world does not like you and why nobody is cheering for England, because you literally, like I said earlier, I just had a massive conversation with a narcissist saying that you lack empathy. That is another reason why English people are not liked by the global majority. The lack of empathy and understanding. This is the reason why you're not liked.
Who ended the slave trade?
And the racism, there it is too.
Who ended the slave trade?
Yeah, the racism too. This is why you're not liked.
Lack of empathy.
This is why you're not liked, because you're not educated enough to realize exactly why you think that you ended the slave trade. Because every time you see a black person talking, all you just go to is the slave trade, the slave trade. You don't even know which slave trade you're talking about.
You say white people have no empathy.
Which slave trade? What's happening? Which slave trade are you talking about?
The Atlantic slave trade. It went on for 400 years nearly.
What was it called? What was it called?
The transatlantic. What are you?
Yeah, what was it called? Say it again for the people.
I'm not your performing monkey, Fox.
Well, I just asked you to do something real simple.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna.
Okay, fine. Don't do it then. Don't do it, child.
Jesus Christ.
The transatlantic. First of all, you said Atlantic slave trade, and then you said transatlantic slave trade. Exactly. So that's one slave trade. So when you come here and saying we ended the slave trade,
yeah, and how long did it go on for?
Listen, one bit. Where did the transatlantic slave trade operate? Where?
Where did it originate from?
No, where did it operate?
Well, it operated in many different places across Europe.
Which particular places do you know?
Well, it first started in Portugal, so we can start there if you want. Yes.
It didn't start in Portugal, but the Portuguese, yes. Wait a minute. The Portuguese, yes, were the first participants in the transatlantic slave trade, yes. But then Britain became the most profitable out of all of it.
No, they didn't.
Where did that? Yes. Yes,
No,
they
they
did.
didn't.
Guys,
America did.
guys in the chat who are very educated.
America
here,
did.
Listen, what's happening? 1 minute. We're going to take it to the people, and also I can fact check it, and I know this is true because I know I'm educated. Guys in the chat, which country became the most profitable in the transatlantic slave trade? Please do write the answer in the comment section. Which country became the most profitable in the transatlantic slave trade? Like I said, this is an educated room. What's happening? England. Everybody knows it's England. It was England. It was Britain. Okay, what's happening? You understand now? That's the answer. What's happening?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, cool. Thank you. So this is where we're at now. With the transatlantic slave trade, and where Britain put their slavery mitts in was in the Commonwealth. And what's the Commonwealth? Places where they raped, stole, and murdered from first. In 171 countries, right? This is where they transported slaves to. And this is where they operated, in the Commonwealth. It's not a Commonwealth. It is literally all colonies, right, of the British Empire. So when it came to ending it, it was not ended. It was people were being the people were uprising. There were massive revolutions, and Haiti was the first and biggest country to revolt against the enslaved masters, okay? Because back in the continent, Africans realized, it's bad what's happening. Because slavery was quite normal throughout the world from 3500 BC, people could see slavery as being indentured servitude. It was literally, if you were a prisoner, you would do a little bit of manual labor in a field or in someone's house, and you would gain freedom very quickly. It was not this chattel slavery, which was actually introduced by the British, which meant that they no longer saw you as human. They enslaved you, your children, your children's children. And that's why it went on for 400 years. That was what the transatlantic slave trade was. It was completely different to other slavery that actually existed in the world. It was very, very different. And that's why there needed to be this revolution and revolt. So, and when slavery was ended, it was not ended. It was replaced with capitalism, which was born in the UK. And that's when the Industrial Revolution came about. And like I've said, English people, you don't remember that you enslaved your own children to the 1%. You contracted your own children from 4 years old to 21 years old. If you don't remember, please go and look it up. Remind yourselves, you contracted your own children into child slavery for the 1%. All of this was to keep the rich rich. That's what the transatlantic slave trade was about. That's what the Industrial Revolution was about. It was to keep the rich rich, right? And kids were getting killed daily.
Exactly.
In
so
the
you just
industrial.
answered it. You just answered it yourself.
Answered what?
It was the rich that done this in this country.
Yes.
It was the 1% of people, but yet you blame every common folk alive now, right? Yeah, for what happened.
Who enables it? Who enables it?
You allowed it. You literally
who
blame.
enables it? Who enables it? Who enables it?
Who enables what?
The same things to continue.
The rich.
No.
What do you
We
mean?
don't have any.
What, so you're telling me the common folk are literally keeping it alive today? That's what you're telling me.
Yes. Because that's
the people with no money or no influence.
So do you understand, right, that people who are colonized, like myself, have an accent? We have now an English ideology, right? You understand that, right? Living in the UK, we have to adhere to a certain way of being, yeah?
Obviously.
So why is English people not going to do the same thing?
We do.
Exactly, you do. So therefore, you still continue to actually say and behave like the 1% want you to.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
You just said you do.
The average white person that goes to work every day, has probably got 2 jobs, kids, does not think about people like you, Fox. Believe me.
Well, I'm pretty sure
they are
you
thinking,
do,
where is the next paycheck coming from to pay the bills?
No,
where is
the thing is, I'm sure that is part of it too.
And you
but
think every white person is all up in the air about what black people are doing. It's got nothing to do with that, Fox, honestly. And then you sit there and say we're angry and uneducated, right? A minute ago, you compared Chris Cabba, right? Yeah, who is a well-known criminal.
You're moving away from the topic. Like,
well, we're not, because you're asking why English people are so angry.
Yes,
and I'm explaining.
But hold on, I don't want you to go too far away, because literally this is what happens in a conversation. You've heard some of it, me talking about transatlantic slave trade, because you didn't quite get that part.
Well, no, you only explained half of it.
I'm trying to get... No, I explained all of it.
Well, you didn't. You didn't explain where the slave trade started, did you?
I did. Let me say it again.
You didn't.
Closer. Slavery, 3,500, Mesopotamia, Iraq. I said that part. I said slavery was normal. I also said that enslaved Africans did not realize that this kind of, yeah, I said this. If you didn't listen, because you were, I did hear you start to huff
They
and
didn't
puff because I was
realise.
telling you some things. I literally explained why. I explained why very clearly. But you started huffing and puffing because you didn't want to be educated. And this is why I put this prompt up here, uneducated. You don't even want to be educated towards certain things. Let me go to this next part. You're talking about the working class, right? We are very aware that working class people are disenfranchised. But who else is working class? What's happening? Who else? What's happening? Is it just white people? Is it just white people that are working class in the UK?
Obviously not.
Yes, obviously not. Black and brown people are also working class too. But we're not going around smashing shit up or saying, oh, this is, and immigration is the
No, not
problem, blah,
much.
blah, blah. No, it's not happening because guess
BLM?
what? We do. Yeah, because guess what? Systematic racism still
Oh, right.
exists.
So that gives you the
Well,
right to destroy everything then.
what do you mean everything? Do you know
That gives
how
you a
many
right to
protests?
go out and riot
Okay,
and smash
what's
places
happening?
up.
What's happening? Can you give me the number of countries that actually participated in BLM protests? Do you know the country number?
No, I don't know.
Do you want to hazard a guess?
I don't really need to. I know that the US
Do you
and
want
America.
to? Do you want to hazard a guess at how many countries were involved in BLM protests?
Don't know. Go on, tell me. You know, Fox. Clearly.
I do know it's 60. 60 countries out of 195 countries. 60 countries. And this is for protests over 100 people. And there were, of course, thousands. You can literally look up all the footage. 60 countries, okay? And
Yeah.
2 countries had riots. The US, of course, the US had some riots, yes. And so did the UK too. Yes,
Yeah.
they did. They
You
did.
faced monuments that have been here for hundreds of years, didn't you?
And who? Yeah, but who did know? Who actually took down?
No, it's better
Listen,
than
what's
burning
happening?
houses,
What's
isn't it?
What's happening? Who
Burning
actually
down
took down?
buildings that have been here for
What's
hundreds of years.
happening? What's happening?
Down
Who's-
houses of women and
David,
children
don't-
are
Yeah.
inside.
David, don't interrupt. You're saying some stuff that's not true, which is crazy. But please do not interrupt, because if you interrupt again, I will have to drop you. I'm clearly talking to what's happening right now. What's happening? Who were the exact people who took down those monuments?
BLM.
No. Who?
Who was it then? You know, Fox. Clearly.
White people from Bristol. Yes. Go and look at the footage
Always
again.
the white man.
Yes, it is always
It's
the white
always
man.
the
and
white
this
man.
This is why the topics are as it is. Thank you so much. What's happening? It is always the white man. Thank you so much. We're done with our conversation here. And like I say, all I try to do is educate the people because they're not educated. And yes, we understand that the working class are angry. But like I said, other people are also angry too, but they're not angry. So other people are also working class, but they're not angry. They're not angry because guess what? We get on with it and we do what we got to do so we can lift ourselves out of that poverty ladder. But unfortunately, the white working class love to make themselves victim. I literally had the prompt yesterday. Why are white people making themselves victims? Like, why? Why are they doing it? They're constantly just saying, oh, life is so hard, blah, blah, blah. You literally grew up in the 6th richest country and you're still complaining. The 6th richest country and you are still complaining. And you don't know how to go to your government and tell them to reduce your taxes. You don't know how to riot against them because the last time you did that was the 1990s. But now you're so subservient and you're so submissive. You're like, oh, Rupert, no. And Nigel Farage are going to come and save us while they're taking away your human rights. They're taking away your right to life.
You know what the funny thing is?
Please
You're
don't
not going to win this
interrupt,
culture
Jack.
war.
Please don't interrupt, Jack. I've clearly said, please don't interrupt because I will drop people. And this is how I run my panel. We've got somebody, like everybody else is waiting. So please don't interrupt. Awareness FYP says, why are you dividing groups? What's happening also said divide. Some people say divide. Who caused the divide in the first place? Who caused the divide of humanity in the first place? Who caused the divide in the first place? White Western Europeans. doing what they've done to the whole entire world. And they stopped us talking about our own discrimination and our own treatment for so many years. But some of you will realize now that since 2020, we have continued this conversation, and we're not going to stop talking about the ways that we've been treated, the ways that we've been divided, and trying to hold these people accountable for the things that they do to us. And the funny thing is, look at them all in the comment section, victim card again, but you guys are the biggest victims. Oh, everyone is racist towards white people. Oh, we don't have jobs anymore. Oh, everybody hates us. La la la. White people, you're the biggest victims. We have been victims of so much, but yet you're a victim to conversation and truth and history. It's pathetic. Right, Restore Britain. We've got Restore Britain next. We can have some assumptions about what's going to be said here, but go on, Restore Britain. Restore, hello.
Oh,
Restore.
right. Now you can hear me. Now you can actually hear me. Right.
Yes.
So making assumptions based on my profile for a start is massively wrong.
Is it
Just because I'm
racist?
proud-
Is it
No,
racist?
it's not. No, it's not racist. It's not racist at all. Like, look at you, love. Look at you. You are trying to cause a division, right? By doing what you're doing exactly right now. By
Which is what?
by trying to make out that I'm gonna come on here and go, oh, I'm a victim to racism. This and
Well,
that.
then don't.
It's bullshit, love.
Prove me
It's
wrong.
bullshit,
Prove me
love.
wrong then. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Right, well,
What prompt would you like to ask?
For a start, love, yeah? Actually, let me start speaking before you start making assumptions. For a start.
I said, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Go on.
Right.
Which prompt would you like
So-
to answer? Which prompt?
We're gonna talk about all 6 of them because nobody else seems to be talking about them. Everybody seems to be talking about slave tradeism and this, that, and right, but this is not any of these 6 prompts here.
Okay.
We're not on about
Continue. Where would you like to
1066
start?
and this bullshit,
Where
right? So we'll start
where
with.
would you like to
We'll
start?
start with the first one. We'll start with the first one in the top left. Yeah.
Yep.
White English people not understanding English. How do English people not understand English? It's our language.
Can you spell?
Explain
Can
that.
you spell? Can you spell R? Like our.
Can I spell
Can you
what?
spell it? Can you spell it?
Our.
Yeah. Like
Obviously. Like our as in like it's our fucking conversation.
yeah.
So OUR.
Well done. Well done. It is OUR.
Whoa, you're trying to IQ him. Like, you're an idiot host, honestly.
Right.
Jack,
But-
Neanderthal Jack was unable to control himself, so he's been dropped. Thank you. Well done, Restore Bits. And the reason why I ask you that question, okay, is because a lot of English people don't know how to spell it and they don't know the difference between
Yeah, no. I get that. I see that all over.
OUR. Yeah, so you
Yeah,
see
I see
it.
that all over. I see that all over social media. But
Yeah.
that's not English people most of the time. If you look, sometimes it's Americans. Sometimes it's not always guaranteed to be English people that don't understand the English language.
If they're
But
American,
also-
Restore
hold on a
1
second,
minute.
hold
1 minute,
on a
Restore.
hold on a second,
No,
love.
I Restore.
Go on.
Please.
Say what you're saying. Go on. Say what you're saying.
Thank you for the permission, sir. It is my live. It is my panel.
No,
it
it wasn't permission. It wasn't permission. It wasn't
You're giving me
permission. It was me
permission.
being polite. It was me being polite.
This is polite.
Yeah?
Okay.
So say what you were saying.
Thank you so much again. European Americans, where do they descend from?
European Americans.
Yeah. Where do they descend from?
Now, I'll be perfectly honest. I cannot 100% give you a definitive answer on that because that's not something that I've actually paid attention to. That's
Yeah, they come
Eastern
from...
America. That means nothing to me. So I don't pay attention to that.
The answer is Britain. It's England, and then the second country is Germany. And where did the English come from? Germany as well.
To be fair, America.
It's the same Anglo-Saxon line. Okay, it is literally
Right.
the same family. So English
So you say
people don't understand- It's still
Anglo-Saxon.
their language. It's still their language.
You say
English is-
Anglo-Saxon. Like, you say
Yes.
Anglo-Saxon, right?
Yes.
But the Normandies came after the Anglo-Saxons.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
wouldn't it be more Normandy than
No,
Anglo-Saxon?
Anglo-Saxon is still Anglo-Saxon. You don't just become Norman. You're still
No.
Anglo-Saxon. You still came from
don't
Saxon.
get
You came from
Right,
You
yeah.
came from Germany, Denmark, and the Netherlands. That's where you guys came from.
I'm sure that That's irrelevant anyway, right? Yeah, because we're not talking about the past; we're talking about the present.
Okay. Do you want to go to the next? So the next thing with the not
so we'll
understanding
go on.
English.
Reform and restore, trying to kill
so one
us
minute,
all.
let me finish that one bit and then we can go to the next one. So the reason why the prompt is as the prompt is, like I said, the spelling. And also we have the ability as people from the global majority and also mainland Europeans, we talk directly. We talk directly. But 1 minute, Restore Britain, what English people do is they deal with passive aggressiveness. Are you aware of this? Passive aggressiveness?
I know what passive aggressive is.
So when
you realise you're very condescending.
Staffordshire, I'm just not even going to bother saying the rules to you, because if you interrupt Neanderthals, you get dropped, okay? Please don't interrupt. Please don't pipe up. I'm clearly talking to someone else, and if you interrupt, that's literally just you being very rude, okay? Restore Britain and I are having a wonderful conversation right now. So passive aggressiveness is very much built into English culture, okay? And as part of the global majority, and people from mainland Europe, right? You know, because you say like French people direct, even German people direct, but English people don't like direct conversations.
We're not very direct people. No, we're not very direct. Yes. You are right there.
Exactly. So when we say something to you guys, you're like, but did you mean something? I'm like, no, I said what I said. So that's what I mean. English people not understanding English. That's what I mean.
Yeah, right. Now that makes sense.
You agree?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I agree. I do agree with a majority of that. I actually do. Yeah. I do agree with you on that one. So we'll go to reform and restore, trying to kill us all. Please explain to me what you mean by that.
Yeah, so the Human Rights Act, are you aware that reform and restore, well, mainly reform right now, are talking about getting rid of the Human Rights Act?
I'm not aware of that, no. I will admit I'm not aware of that.
It's very dangerous, and please do look into this. So what they're trying
to do is... I will
look
into this. When I come off this live, I will go in and look into this, because like the one thing for me is I don't like to just talk shit. I like to be educated on shit. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, inform yourself.
This is why I've jumped up in the box, so we can have a conversation. And if there is some things that I'm not quite educated on, respectfully, I would take the education lesson.
Good. I'm very pleased to hear that. So this would obviously be very concerning for you. You've come at Restore Britain, but what they want to try and do is get rid of the Human Rights Act, which has only been put in place since 1998. Okay, right. The Human Rights Act makes it illegal for the government to kill you. That is what it's there for. It is to protect your life. It's to protect your life. Okay, and what Restore and Reform are doing, of course, is they're saying to you guys, get the immigrants out, but we can only do that. We can only get immigrants out, or illegal immigrants, as you guys call them, if we change the Human Rights Act and get rid of being a part of the European Court of Human Rights. No, that's not what needs to happen. Honestly, that's not what needs to happen at all. If you actually want to have better immigration rights, you actually just need to continue looking at laws, current laws, and changing and additional laws. That's it. And have a better relationship with France or whoever, which countries in EU. That's all you need to do. But they want to take away the Human Rights Act, because remember what happened in COVID, Restore Britain? How many old people ended up getting killed because of them purposely putting COVID in the old people's homes? Do you remember this? Exactly, loads. And where is the punishment for that? Where is the conversation around that? The fact that it was done purposely. None. Exactly, there is none. There is none.
Like it's not very well known that it was fucking purposely done. Everybody knows it was purposely done. Everybody knows COVID was intentional.
Yes. It was. It absolutely was. It was done intentionally. And for someone like myself who spends a lot of time on social media, I saw when COVID started happening. I watched it. I saw it coming. I was locking down myself because I actually am a vulnerable person. I don't have the best lungs. And I caught it 3 times. And I actually ended up in hospital the 2nd time. So it was very terrifying for me. But so to watch them purposely put it into the old people's homes and then get very rich, as you remember, right? All the PPE contracts. They became billionaires. And yet there is still no punishment, no retribution for these people. Boris Johnson has continued to be whatever he's going to be as part of his career, right? So that is with human rights. So imagine what they would do without human rights. Just imagine it. Do you want to imagine it, Restore Britain?
I'd rather not, to be honest with you, because I've spoke to people from different countries where they don't really have many human rights, and they've come to England as a refugee because in their country they can just get killed for anything.
Yes, exactly.
So,
And that's
so
why,
I wouldn't
yes.
agree with that. No, I wouldn't.
Yes.
I really would not agree with that. No.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why human rights are very important. They protect lives. So I'm glad that you know that and you recognize that. That is where England will go if they remove human rights. Honestly, truly. We have no idea of the people they already unalive, even more so out of COVID, right? And so even people, we talk about, so like subjects like two-tier, okay? We're very aware as black and brown people that the police and justice system already kill a high amount of black and brown people in custody. That, you know, they already do it. They already go into people's houses and do the same thing. And because it's a majority white country, a lot of this stuff goes under the radar. Okay, we're very aware. And this is why we're trying to tell white people, please don't talk, like really understand what two-tier looks like, really understand what it looks like messing with the human rights system. And thank you so much as well, Leanne, births with black women as well. The fact that a lot of black women die in childbirth, like we literally tell you over and over again as black and brown people, what you're going to do to the country is literally so dangerous that you will end up being unalived yourself. It's dangerous.
More than likely. See, now the thing for me has always been this whole thing about skin color. Like it's bullshit to me. Like we're all the same on the inside. I cut you open, I cut me open, and I cut anybody else open on this live. We're all gonna look the same on the inside. So all this division about each other's color, each other's beliefs, religions, and whatever else, it's all mindless.
Yeah, it's unfortunate though, because the world was like that at one point. It
still is like that now.
No,
it's still like that today.
It's not. If you think it's that way, then unfortunately you would not be seeing the full picture. So the world before the 1500s was actually not about race and racism. Race is it's a social construct created by white Europeans, and I don't know if you know this. Things like colorism did exist, but it was never to the levels of discrimination, and nobody was killed because of the color of their skin or the hue of their skin. But white Western Europeans, when they started to travel the world and called themselves explorers, they then found that people were different skin colors, and they were like, hold on a minute, I'm not sure about this. This makes me feel uncomfortable. So the whitest of white people then needed to install race and racial hierarchy, where they put themselves at the top. And this is where discrimination and racism started to come in. So, you know, in an ideal world, we would be going back to the 1500s, 1600s, where people didn't see color. But the world is as it is right now because white Western Europeans spread their ideology. And thank you, Alicia, because they wanted power, that they needed to put race first, to put themselves at the top. And the only way that we can get ourselves back, though, restored to a world where we don't see race anymore, is to accept these conversations and be able to talk about race, so that people who are white, who are at the top of this pyramid, can see the discrimination that everybody else is experiencing. That's the only way it can happen, like acknowledging it, seeing it, understanding it, and being part of the undoing of all of the problems. Yeah.
Right. I agree.
I'm gonna, I'm gonna. Do you know what? I'm gonna come back to you because I think we're having a good conversation, but I want to make sure that everybody else can get through as well. If it's okay, you can disconnect and then come back up. Because then of course
I'll just sit here quietly. It's all right.
Okay, you sit there. Thank you so much. I'm going to move to the next person. Thank you, Saoirse. How are you? Saoirse, darling. Saoirse, are you there? Okay, when you come back, I'll go to Saoirse. Okay, we've got Empress next. Empress, are you okay? Are you there? Where is everybody? Is it because we were having a long conversation with Restore Britain and I, maybe? The Empress? No? Okay, we'll go to the next person. We've got Colin. Colin Mannings, are you there? Yes, Colin is there. Are you right, Colin?
Hello. Yeah, I'm all right.
Lovely.
You?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. What would you like to add to the conversation, please?
I don't know if it's a part of this topic or whatsoever, but
which one would you like to would you like to answer, please?
Okay, I'm gonna answer like why is everyone so happy? It doesn't even matter about color, if you're white, black, or thin. The thing
it's
is
actually the top. Please stick to the topic. The topics here are English people.
Okay, all
So
right,
this
English
is
people.
it. If you're
All
asking
right,
about why
English
English
people.
people are so
Yeah.
angry, yeah.
Why they so hungry? All right, I've been in this. I'm 40 now. Yeah, I've been in this country for 17 years.
Yeah.
No, I've been here since I was 17. I fight in. I've been to Iraq and I've been to Afghan for this country. Yeah, since I
Oh.
was 17. I came in this country legally and paid tax every single time since I've been here. I don't claim nothing in this country. And then when I hear white people saying, go back to where you come from, I guarantee if you make a poll now and say, who would take the tax that they paid in this country and go back to their country, yeah, this country will be empty. I guarantee.
Yeah, it will be.
It will be empty. So people that
Yeah.
think there's so much in this country, you're telling them to go back home. You see racism, I hate it. Because I've lived through racism all through being in this country. So if you want to get up and say, oh, go back to your country, okay, give me what I've contributed to this country, and I'll be the first in that line to take it and go
Yeah.
home.
Everybody
You know what I mean?
would, like, literally every immigrant would go back to where they came from if they could
Exactly.
take back what they actually contributed, what they put into the countries, or even, everything that they've said, oh, we built up your country back home. No, they didn't. They did not.
No.
So, for example, I can talk about myself as well, just real quickly, about being a Nigerian. Okay, is that it's very annoying that the colonizer, that the British can go to our country, destroy what we have, and build it up in a way that's only compatible with them. Right? They say, "Oh, look at how we left it. We didn't ask you to do these things. It's not compatible with us. We don't want to live in a world like that because we live naturally off of the land. We literally had all of our assets. We had all of these things there. We don't want to have these high-rise buildings and blah, 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 which cost fortunes to run, right? Because you've taken the wealth away from us, right? You've taken all of our money. You've taken all of our assets. You've then privatized our oil, our gold, our gas, all of those things. And you're literally leaving us with an unaffordable infrastructure. That's what you've done in Nigeria. That's what you do in all of these places, right? This is what they actually do. So stop coming there and saying, oh, we did this with that. You didn't do it to help us at all. You did it because you're arrogant. And you did it because you literally just wanted to cement yourself so that you felt comfortable when you went to these countries. So it looked like your home and where you're from. That's the only reason why I did it. And this is why I also talk about religion as well, right? English people at the moment, the mosques. There are 20,000 mosques in Muslim countries.
Yeah.
There are 100,000 Christian churches in Muslim countries. 100,000, right? So, but the Muslims aren't complaining. They don't complain. They're like, we respect, you want to practice your religion. Okay. There's only 2 or 3 countries that don't allow you, right? Or not to have Bibles, right? Only 2 or 3 Muslim countries. But otherwise, they're very welcoming to any religions. And I hate the propaganda is the problem.
The thing is with English people, I think they're scared because they say they're a the majority of people here, and they're worried that there's too much colored people coming in, so they're worried we're going to take over. We're not like you. We just want to live in peace.
Yes,
Yeah?
it's the
We're not like
projection.
you.
Yeah, we've talked about this a lot.
It's not every black man is a criminal, and it's not every white man is a criminal. You know what I mean? Just get it into your head, bro.
But they function a lot.
Individually.
Yeah, they function too much on generalizations. This is the problem. It's the generalizations, okay? So this is why I have these prompts, generalizations, because this is literally what English people do. They generalize all black people and all brown people and all Muslims and all gay people and all disabled people and basically any group they generalize, right? And they are very worried. Thank you so much, Habits from Within. They're worried about the karma because English people, when they actually understand what British history really is, not the propaganda, now they're starting to see, they're like, oh shit, this is coming back to us. But it's not coming back to them in any way. If they experienced 1% of the violence and brutality that they did throughout the whole of the rest of the world, it'll be game over for them because you see how they're crumbling just by conversation already. They are spinning out over words, just words right now. They've got none of this violence, none of this brutality, but they'll see one brown guy doing something. Oh no, we need to get them out of the country because they're so dangerous. And blah, blah, blah. It's his over proportionate. They're very dramatic people. Very dramatic
Yeah,
people. Thank you so much, Colin. I'm going to move to the next
it's
person. I'm
all
going
right.
to move to Toshido.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I cut you off mid-conversation. I don't like doing that. Sorry, Colin. Sorry.
it's
Right,
all
we're going
right.
to go. That's all right. Thank you, Colin. Thank you. Bye. Right, we're going to go to Saoirse. Is Saoirse back, actually, please? Saoirse, are you there? No. Is Empress there? No, still not here. Okay, Taishi, you can pop in now, Taishi.
Hi there.
Hello, my dear.
Hi, I hope you're well. Again, it's nice to
Yeah,
speak to you 2 days on the row. I was here before,
I
but
feel
you know, if
lucky.
you know what it's like, you get a call and you have to drop. But happy to wait, of course. Yeah. So this is. Do you know what? I feel exhausted in my soul, and I feel like, you know, it is as if we're regressing. But the reason that
Which prompts, yeah, did you want to
for
discuss?
why English people are so angry. So here's the thing. I mean, I grew up in Wales. You probably hear it in my accent. I noticed your first guest was South Asian Welsh as well.
She was, yes.
What I have noticed is that my experience of the hostility, I feel, is different to, say, my fellow South Asians who were born here. I think what I've understood from, you know, my peers, if you like, is that they have a level of security because they were born here. This is all that they've ever known, right? And I'm only speaking for South Asians on this one. And obviously they might go back home, be it, you know, India, be it Pakistan, be it Bangladesh or wherever, but they've been born here. And for them, when they face racism, it's kind of like outrageous because, like, you know, I was born here, like how do you know I was born here, like how do you get to move that way to, you know, towards me? But I think for me, because I wasn't born here and I had my formative years back in Kashmir Valley, and to come here with the culture shock anyway, but as a small child to witness this palpable, you know, hostility, right? I had something to compare it to. So I knew inherently it wasn't normal because I think if you're born here, that's all you've ever known probably. And then in
Yes,
some
it
ways
is.
you sort of acclimatize to it because that's part of your environment. I think for me,
Absolutely.
coming from there and having really long memory, because, you know, my earliest memories actually go back to 10 months old, as my mum will tell me, oh, well, you were 10 months when that happened. So I have a really good memory. And I was 5 when I came here. So I have at least 5, I would say 4 to 5 years worth of memories back there. And there's no concept of racism or anything like that. Not saying there aren't problems, but in terms of a child and that the way a child, you know, processes things, everything was just normal. You just go about your day. Maybe the teachers in school was a bit strict, something like that. But I remember landing here and I just remember everything just immediately. It is as if I'd landed on Mars. I'll be honest with you. If I could compare it to that, you know, and the hostility came from the hatred of, you know, listen, obviously the kids called us peaceless, obviously they did, right?
Yeah.
But it was even in things like, you know, being warned to stay away from neo-Yahtzee skinheads and having to sort of try and understand that at 5. And we would see them in the town centre and I would just be absolutely petrified because I just knew that is a neo-Yahtzee skinhead, because being told, well, it's just mad to me that, you know, you'd have to learn that at 5 and try and conceptualize it at 5 when you can't have the full capacity to understand it. So every time I'd see one of these, and we're not saying all skinheads like that. I understand that there's a skinhead culture, but I'm on about the neo-Yahtzee skinheads, right? Going to view a house and just having learnt to read English after just having to learn to speak it, because obviously it's third language, which we had to do really, really fast because we basically got thrown into school. And, you know, I'm being really happy with myself because I'd made it up to Janet and John books after 2 weeks and being really, really, you know, proud. And then going to view a house and there's something written in big black paint and thinking, yeah, I can read this because I've just, you know, learned to read. And it literally said, send the blacks back in big black painted writing. And I just, you know, again, like,
so the fact that you, and I don't think a lot of people here, and including myself, my first instance of racism was from age 5. Like, how are we going to tie this back to the topic, right? So this being angry and uneducated, and I mean, how old are you?
Oh, I'm in my late 40s.
You're in your late 40s. Yeah, I'm like 42, early 40s. It's just like this level of anger and lack of education. The way it comes through in hatred. I think that's a different thing, right? It is because you can be uneducated, right? You can be dumb, you can not be well read, and you can still be a happy person. You can still be like, oh, I didn't know that, I'm so silly. But
Yeah.
these people are angry.
Yeah. So
They're
I think,
furious and they're racist.
yeah, and the point I was making is that we will have a lot of people gaslighting us, telling us we're imagining things, we're complaining, it's not real. But when you're a child and you don't have that lived experience and you see these things and it's palpable, if a 5-year-old child can grasp that, you're not telling us as grown adults that what we've experienced isn't real, by the way, you know. And the, you know, and that's my whole thing about it. It's the denial of what the hostile culture, you know, what the hostility is in this country. You know, it's go back to where you came from was a common thing, you know. And of course, you know, I don't understand why somebody would tell me. And by the way, I grew up in a predominantly white areas all my life, right? Predominantly white areas all my life. I'll be honest with you, it's got worse since I've gone up to the northwest. It is 100% worse. I mean, probably the worst racial attack I had was in Liverpool, and Liverpool's very multicultural actually. In the because I was studying there. But every other time I've always been in predominantly white areas, and it was somebody within their own house who was standing in their living room, who was screaming and swearing slurs at me while I was walking down the street. I don't think people understand. It's almost like either they don't want to believe it or they don't care. But we're not lying when we say these things, and we're not saying it to be mean. These things have happened.
They're just facts.
And please
it's just
give
us telling
us
stories.
And my last thing I'll say, Fox, on this is you will need to tell us that what we're going through isn't real, right? That you know, it's not happening, but also you will need to give your version of the things that we say. I've actually gone blank now, Fox, because this, you know, here's the thing with this situation. Trying to make people believe you when they are motivated to misunderstanding and just gaslighting you the whole time is actually mentally taxing as well. It feels like you're begging to be believed. And I'm not about that, you know. I'm not about that. I'm over it. Like, just do what you want. But at the end of the day, stop blaming other people for problems. And by the way, Kieran said it. He said, I've had a lovely life. You sound bitter because you don't have enough. He lent it into classism, right? Which is crazy. Because at the end of the day, he should know himself that with him having a Scouse accent, there's people in this country that would look down their noses at him and view him as working class. So I don't know why he was trying to weaponize classism with a Scouse accent. That's absolutely wild. But yeah, you know, they assume we don't have anything. They assume we don't achieve anything. They assume we come on benefits, you know, for God's sake. You know, my dad, for example.
The funny thing about the
go on.
classism thing is really interesting. Oh no, my bad. I forgot what I was going to say as well.
I feel like because it gets you that way. That's why. Because it's like someone saying to you, "You don't exist," and you're going, "But I do exist." Oh yeah, but prove it. I don't believe.
I remember now.
Yeah,
yes, I remember now. So like you've just said about this, him bringing this classism thing. It's again when people create those stories about themselves, it is of course a defense mechanism, right? And narcissism does come up a lot through a defense mechanism. So and I don't like being a psychologist, especially when someone's not here, but when they come up and try to say, well, I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm that, because like you say, as a Scouser, he was probably looked down upon by others and say, well, you were working class, and we have no idea or no way of knowing if what he was saying was real. But a lot of narcissists, what they do is they fabricate realities as well, don't they? They fabricate realities. Like I said, I'm not going to accuse someone of something, but this is also what they do, is they try to say, oh, I've done this, he's talking about piano lessons and horse riding. Why? That's got nothing to do with what we were talking about at all. Like, we didn't come here talking about ourselves, and he started again doing the class thing. So maybe he has that way now, and obviously he would feel some kind of way if he was slighted for being working class, you know. So to me that was really interesting. So I'm going to move to the next person now. Who was that just interrupted? Please don't interrupt. Please don't do that, because you do get dropped from the panel. I go one person at a time, and I'm going to move to the next person, please. So we got Trisha next, please. Trisha, thank you, Taishi. Thank you,
morning.
Thank you. Thank you. How are you then,
Um,
Trisha?
yeah, I'm good, thank you. Firstly, I just want to say what a refreshing live this is. It is so nice to hear so many different opinions on quite serious topics as well, but also whilst actually holding a room in a mature way as well, because we see it all over TikTok where it is just everywhere. But
Yeah.
the topic I want to discuss is the reform and restore.
Sure.
So I myself, I'm going to mainly talk around the kind of health aspect, if that's okay.
Yeah,
So I guess for me, it's, you know, if they come in, it's that worry about the healthcare funding kind of being reduced. Not just like in healthcare, but also you've got your disability benefits, things like that as well. The access to those. I myself am facing some health changes that have resulted in a cut in my career, and I am seeing it far too often that people that have disabilities, they are discriminated against, and that should not happen. And if reform come in, there is that potential for that disability discrimination protection to completely cut.
Because it's already started anyway.
It
We're
has,
quite aware,
yeah.
you know, with the benefits, the welfare being cut, and specifically disabled people being targeted. It was horrible to see. And
Yeah.
I always talk about the history of the welfare system and why it was set up. It was because of how many disabilities occurred after the Second World War, and people needing financial support to get themselves up back to where they would be comfortable again and be able to work and do certain things. So it's heartbreaking. It honestly, it makes me so angry that people can't see that these things are happening. It makes me so angry.
I think for myself, I feel quite disappointed in, you know, my English roots, because this isn't the England I grew up in. This is not how it used to be. Like, we used to be able to leave our front doors open. We used to be able to kind of integrate with each other without any fear of, are they going to accuse me of this? Are they going to accuse me of that? Are they going to stop talking to me because I have a disability? And I just feel that this now needs to be highlighted, and it also needs to be that you know, we are kinder to each other, because there is so much going on in the world as it is. You know, I think working for the NHS, it was very much, you know, very multicultural, and I love that, because you learn from those cultures, and you can actually make your patient care so much better by learning from other cultures and how they adapt to their, you know, surroundings, how they care for people from those cultures as well. And I think if we don't have that, then we become a very single tunneled vision country, and that is not what I grew up in my area that I grew up in. You know, I lived in a port town, so we had lots of people coming in and out. And we thanked that, because, you know, there were jobs that were needing to be done, but the English people were not taking up those jobs. They were, for whatever reason that is. And I just think, you know, if it wasn't for that, would we be the United Kingdom we are today if we didn't allow that kind of integration as well? But that's
I think on your points there about integration and how life is, like, it's really hard to say what I'm going to say next after what you've said, because I do get some English people saying, yeah, but everything was great and in my area, and I'm like, cool, that's really good for you. And I'm a really positive person generally, but like, you've got people in the comment section. I was born in the 60s. England has always been racist. Like I've said, my first experience with racism was when I was 5. Tayshi's also talked about hers. Like, we talk about our experiences on this app every single day.
Mm.
And so even from your lens and your perspective, yeah, but this is where we understand intersectionality, because even if you have disabilities, you still would have had the privilege of whiteness, whereas we didn't have that, and there's so many horrible stories, and it is the same thing which is happening now. You've got Asian people who've been talking about literally getting chased out of their communities for 75 years, pea bashing, and I talk a lot about the history about how there have been riots in the UK. 24, actually in England alone, 24 race riots, 24 in England alone against black and brown people, whether it's civilians or the police or other white people, like other groups of people, it's constant. And to be real, yes, we can take some positives and be like, oh, well, you know what, my neighbor was nice and my neighbor gave me this and this, but we still live in a country that is a company and it is a system, so we could have some good days, but a lot of the days are very bad as well. Even if the sun is shining, oh, everything's cool. We still have to remember that we've got to pay for our house that is maybe in a more deprived area because we knew we were racially discriminated in to get into that particular area of a country. I need to go to this job now. And I know because I applied for 1,000 jobs beforehand, they wouldn't give it to me because of my surname sounding more ethnic than a Smith or a Taylor or something like that, So these things still do exist. And thank you, Queen Sheba. We've had to carry on regardless, and that's it. And even when you've grown up in multicultural areas, right? Because that's the way that we are. We are the keep calm and carry on type people. We'll have the music, we'll have the parties. We'll be like happy, jolly, la la la. And
it doesn't take away how
it doesn't change. It's like, white people would always say to me, well, white friends, like, oh, you were always so happy though, and I'm like, yeah, because it had to be.
Yeah,
because we had to be. Yeah.
And I think, from me, I feel like because of obviously what you've said, I feel like
Chris Cabba deserved to die. End of.
Thank you so much. This is going to be clipped for my
He's
TikTok
nothing
video.
like Henry Nowak. He was a criminal, carried weapons for years. He was horrible.
Thank you so much. White people
that's why he
prove
was
my point. Thank you. This is perfect. Okay.
That's
so
why
I
he was
said, I said, yeah. So exactly, this is exactly what I said. I asked the question: did Henry Nowak deserve to die? I asked the question. I've never said anything like that, and this is exactly what white people say. This is perfect. Thank you so much, Queen Kufa.
We don't need them people
here.
You want to stick up for career criminals that carry weapons and hurt innocent people?
It's not about sticking up for people. It's about sticking up for
Let's
humans.
talk about Chris Cabba's history, shall we? And what he was charged with,
I was talking
carrying
and you
firearms
interrupted me
in 2017.
Yeah, so King Kufa, you've obviously
So you want people to carry firearms, Fox, do you?
You've obviously rudely interrupted Trisha and I's lovely conversation. Unfortunately, we do have a lot of Neanderthals who actually do come to this panel and not able to control themselves. I mean, especially because Chris Cabba's conversation was a long time ago. He could have actually had his time to communicate. But Chris Cabba was not a career criminal. And this is exactly what white people do. They always say and make up things about black and brown people because they need to make sure that they are the worst people to justify them being killed. It came out, of course, after that. I dropped that personally, and I dropped them obviously because they were just rude to Trisha. Is that he didn't even have the firearm anywhere near him. He didn't have it. Was actually not even near him when he was killed by the police. Please do go and educate yourself. But the thing is, racists don't know how to educate themselves.
No,
they really don't. They don't know how to, and they don't want to either.
Yeah, I think, on for that, I'm really sorry that you've obviously experienced such negativity. But also at the same time, I think should be a wake-up call to the English that actually we are living in a multicultural society and we can learn from that. We can learn from, just ways of life as well, because people do adapt differently, I think, in some aspects because of their culture, because of their upbringing. And I was always taught to respect everybody. And that was, that's just my upbringing. I'm not saying everyone should do that because everyone has a right to parent how they wish. But I think the one biggest concern, just to go back to topic, is obviously these secretaries that are brought in the parliament. they do not need to have worked in that specific field. So the health secretary, they do not have to have worked one day in healthcare or social care. Yet they're the ones that they are the ones that are choosing how much funding is needed, overseeing any policy changes, and that accountability. So how can someone that hasn't worked in that make those biggest decisions? And I think that's where I'm probably going to stop, because my mind goes blank halfway through because of my disability. But thank you so much for just letting me up and have a little chat. And I'm really sorry that you've been having such negativity. It's not nice. It's not fair. Just be kind.
It's okay. Like, and one thing I will say on that is, like, I appreciate the apology, but it's not necessary. It's not necessary for you to. It's not necessary for anyone to say sorry. It is just to acknowledge and do better. That's all. That's honestly all we're asking for. Like, when we have these conversations, is, like I've said, the empathy has been missing a lot. It is just we're not expecting you to understand 100% because you've never lived it. You've never gone through it, but just listen to what we're talking about and be like, right, okay, I'm going to make sure that I am not that person. I'm not going to contribute to that sort of behavior, and I'm going to teach everybody else around me not to do the same either. So when you're saying be kind, go to those spaces where people are being disgustingly racist and saying all of the shit that they say about us. This is what we need people to do, because we talk about the phrase ally sometimes and it gets thrown around a lot. Oh, I'm an ally to black people. No, you're not, because you're not going to these spaces and challenging the racists. This is exactly what we need you to do, because we're finding that black and brown people are still going in these places and really suffering. They get so stressed, and it's the mental energy that still gets taken out. So it is very much a case of, nowadays there are no bystanders to anything. If you see something, call it out. And so thank you for calling out, King Kufa, just then. You did pipe up and say it was wrong, but when you go around to these TikTok lives, please do challenge them in those spaces as well. Thank you, Trisha.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope to speak to you again another time. And you too. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, we got the Flying Hag next, please. Flying Hag.
Hello.
Hello there. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. I can't read your writing because I can't read.
Oh, my bad. Okay, do you want me to, I'll read them out for you then. So the first prompt is, why is nobody talking about English people not understanding English? The second one is, why is nobody understanding reform and restore trying to kill us all? Next one is, why is nobody talking about English people being so angry and uneducated? Next one is, why is nobody talking about white people lying about experiencing racism? Why is nobody talking about nobody cheering for England in the World Cup? And why is nobody talking about white culture being war, schmecks, tourism, and paedophilia? So which one of those would have taken your fancy? Or do you want me to read them out again for you?
There's two of them. What about England and the World Cup?
Yes. Okay.
Myself, personally, I'm from Glasgow, I'm Scottish.
Okay, so I already know how you're going to stand.
Right. Apart from me being Scottish, I have four children that are born in London, and a wife that was born in London. I have a brother-in-law that was born here. He's only 6 months younger than me. I'm 65. And I know I'm going to have a nightmare weekend because England won 2-1. Because I'm going to go into my wife's garden and there's going to be England flags everywhere. I've got a wheelchair, and my son put an England flag on my wheelchair last week.
Oh no! Oh no! They're too colonised.
That's right. And I've never heard, and I've never lived for my whole life, 60 years of my life, all I've heard is 1966, 1966. So
you need to move them back to Scotland. You need to bring them back up to Scotland.
No, I don't mind. I just take it as a joke. But I'm hoping that England will put it. That's my England. That's why I don't support England. Okay. The thing about the white people thing.
Which bit? Which bit?
White people lying, and they don't explain what this when they see racism. I remember about, let's say about 30 years ago, because I can't tell you exactly when. And I had a crowd of friends, and we used to get breakfast in the cafe in the morning. It was about 18 years, 20 years. And one of the friends You're going to have to listen to the very end because I don't want to insult anyone and I don't want you to think I'm being cheeky. I'm just telling you what happened.
Oh, the
Right.
flying
So,
hag. You've already started. You've already
no,
done
before
the
I go,
thing. You've already
no,
done the thing by prefacing it. So now we're all going to be ready for what you're about to say,
yeah, but I don't want to
which
offend
is,
I don't want to
yeah,
offend
but if
anyone.
you don't want to offend someone, then don't say it. What is giving you reason to say it?
I'm going to explain because the end, you understand when you hear the end.
We probably won't because
You, you,
you're going to try and justify. You're going to try and
no, I'm
justify,
not
but
going
go
to.
on.
I'm not going to justify nothing. I'm going to explain exactly what happened. So we're all having breakfast in the car, and I'd known the people from say 3 months, 4 months, and obviously they didn't know what my home life was about. They didn't know. I didn't know what their home life was about. But there was one guy there that he liked to have his England flag in his house and his British flag and his British this and his British that. And he wouldn't eat bacon because it was Danish. And he kept calling people monkeys. And that was his favourite saying, look at the monkey, look at the monkey. And I'm not going to say who the people were. So I says to him one day, I says, I want you to meet my daughter. And my daughter's Jamaican. And he was shocked. My daughter was Jamaican, right? And my 3 grandchildren born in Kingston, Jamaica, they're Jamaican. I'm now expecting my great-grandchild, right? My great-grandchild's coming in 6 weeks' time. And my granddaughter is out with a Muslim man. And people can't understand it. And I says, people are people. No matter where they come from in the world, just like that girl says, she was brought up to respect everyone. And I respect everybody. I look at the banter with the England thing. That's just banter. But when it goes right down deep into it, I don't care. I don't care. As long as the people are happy and they respect each other and they show each other respect back to each other, then that's what matters. I spent 4 weeks with one of Bob Marley's sons, Julian Marley, on his last tour, which ended in Scotland. And he wore a Scotland top on stage, and I gave him a Scotland top. And he says, I'm going to wear that for you, because I'm in a wheelchair, and I've only got one leg and one arm now. I walked with Damien Marley.
I'm just gonna go back to your story for a little bit, just so we actually understand your story. So basically, you're around other white people who were saying racist things, right? Until you is that what I'm understanding?
I was round a mixed lot of people, so it wasn't just white people. But
So who's the one that made the comments? Who was the one that said those comments?
There was one guy in particular who kept.
And he was white.
Oh no, he was a supporter of World War II geezer with a moustache. He was a supporter of that, and his mum worked as a prison officer.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand your story better. The person who was saying about monkeys, who was saying that, the same guy who supported Moustache Man, the same man. Okay, so he felt comfortable enough to say these things, and you said it was a mixed crowd. Was there other black people around in that crowd? Brown people?
No, there was 2 mixed.
So it was all white.
All white and 2 mixed race.
Okay.
Yes.
But mixed race is in mixed race, white and black and white.
Mixed race is in maybe like you come from Nigeria, maybe Nigerian and white.
Okay, so he still made that comment with people around, and after you called him out and you said that your family was Jamaican, what did he say after?
I never called him out. No, what I done
you
was
didn't. Why?
I played it very carefully. What I done was I invited him to meet my family. He didn't know my family.
So wait. You invited an Enzi into your home to meet other black people, the most dangerous group of people for us. You invited them into your home.
I invited them into my place to show him that he doesn't know.
Why was it your priority to speak to the racist rather than protect your own family?
Because I wanted to bring him down to show.
No, you're not hearing me. You're not hearing me. You chose to bring a very dangerous person into your home to show him something, not protect your family and safeguard your family. You thought it was more important to really see to this person, hey, I'm going to help you. I'm going to show you something. So you invited them into your home. Thank you. That's it, Kelly. You are seeking a Nazi's approval.
No, I was explaining
Yes.
life. I was explaining to you what life was really about. And I was explaining to him that what he was getting taught by his mum was totally wrong.
No. You see this? You're being disconnected. Flying haggis, I seen that's your whole thing. No. Thank you, Dot. He wanted white approval. Why is it? Look, this is the problem, right? This is what we see a lot of the time. White people that still have black people in their family or mixed race people in their family can still side with Nazis, even if they're white. That's really fucked up. That is incredibly fucked up. You had somebody use a racial slur right in front of you and you were like, come into my house. Come into my house. Disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful. Honestly, that's so fucked up. Really, really fucked up. Really fucked up. That's just nonsense. T for truth, I didn't drop you. You can request again. The TikTok algorithm sometimes does boot people. I didn't boot anybody. So T for truth, if you want to come back up, please do come back up. Make a request. Okay, we've got Kelly Kit next, please. Kelly Kit, how are you?
I am fine. How are you?
I'm lovely, thank you. Which prompt would you like to discuss, please?
So I wanted to speak about them being angry and uneducated. So I had an experience recently at the Premier Inn Hotel, and I was discriminated against by the staff members. I was queuing up to pay for my breakfast, and he attempted twice to serve two women behind me. So he literally looked past me to serve the two women behind me. And I had to tell him, hello, I'm right in front of you. Can you serve me, please? And he didn't even speak to me. He proceeded to start serving me. And I was just in disbelief. I thought to myself, are you really is this really happening? So for a second, I stopped myself and I said, I'm not going to make a scene because that's basically what they want. They want the black woman. And I was the only black woman in the breakfast in the area. So I didn't react. I just I sat down and I just kind of centered myself. And then I walked away and I realized that, wait, I'm actually in law school. So right now they're infringing, they're breaking the law under the Equality Act, basically, right? Under discrimination. So what I did afterwards, I spoke to the reception. I told them, are you, I want to make a complaint. So I made a complaint. I logged it. They emailed me back telling me that it was their policy to serve people who had already pre-booked their breakfast. And they told me they were apologetic or whatever. But I said, no, I'm sorry, but no, because if they were pre-booked, they wouldn't have been queuing up behind me, which means that we were both in the same space, getting the same treatment, and he still disregarded me. So right now, as we speak, I said to them, so on the day when I left, after I logged the complaint and we left the hotel, I asked them, can you make sure the CCTV is not deleted? Because the CCTV is going to be the evidence that proves that he looked over me and that I had to speak to him to serve me. Right now, they haven't responded back to me since the last email, which was on the 21st of June. So now there's only about 15 days left until the CCTV gets deleted. Which means that as I'm gonna go to the full extent of the law, but I need that CCTV footage. So I feel like
this is why we always have to get our own phones out now. You see how quickly white people are to get their phones out when something else is nonsense. Like black people, brown people, get your phones out. Don't rely on all these groups and organizations. And Leanne in the comment section says, raise it to senior. Always go to the top, go to the chain. So you said it was a Premier Inn, right? You just literally just go to the CEO
Yeah.
coming in. Don't worry about those things. But I also, on that point, is we need to stop allowing white people to gaslight us and tell us that we're angry for standing up for ourselves. We're not. Stand up for yourself. In that situation, literally don't give a shit. Please, black and brown women, say, excuse me, I was here first. Make them see. Because if you start shrinking yourself down, you then say, well, it's okay for them to treat me that way. It's not okay for them to treat you that way. Stand up for yourself, please. And make sure that everybody else around it see too, because honestly, you get surprised too, because some white people do stand up and say, yeah, actually, they were in front. Like, honestly, they do say that too. They say, yeah, she was. And I say, thank you, you saw. Thank you so much. That's exactly what I do. So, excuse me, you saw me in front. And I will even say, even if that person goes around and says to the person beforehand, I say, you saw me in front, right? Like, why did they go? Like, can I go in front of you? I'll just say the same thing. Can I go in front? They'll be like, yeah, sure. So exactly, Leanne, be confident in your melanin.
And
be confident.
And I wanted to add one more thing that everyone should know and we should be making a lot of noise about. Right now, the government is trying to abolish the Human Rights Act.
Yes, we talked about this.
Act. Oh, have you? Okay, yeah.
Yes.
So
say it again, girl. Say it again. That's why it's up there. The Reform and Restore trying to kill us all.
So this Human Rights Act is currently trying to be abolished. They're trying to remove any European, any non-UK laws. They're trying to abolish it. The reason why it's really important and that we should actually all make noise about this is because every single non-UK laws that they have successfully abolished. Right now, the Human Rights Act is one of the last UK non-UK laws, and that's the only act that is protecting everybody, whether you are an immigrant or you are protected characteristics. The thing is, there are 9 protected characteristics. You don't necessarily have to. So we have to make noise about this. We have to do this because it's gonna work.
Yeah, if it comes down to the Human Rights Act, which they are touching, nobody is protected. There is no such thing as a protected characteristic if you are going to touch the Human Rights Act. And I saw recently about especially the things to do with poor baby Preston and what happened with the 2 guys who fostered him. How I saw that they were trying to say that gay people were a protected class. No, they're not. I still remember what happened in the 90s. I still remember the nail bombings. I still remember the discrimination. I still remember some guy getting tied up against a lamppost and killed because he was black. I can't remember what year that was, but it was in the 2000s. Like, I remember these things. I remember what happens at Pride. There's always somebody who is straight coming into these situations and trying to be inappropriate. Yeah, I see these things.
And another thing as well is we need to also protect the children, because I'm a teacher, and I've got a student that is currently facing a lot of discrimination. She's mixed race. Obviously, I live in the Essex area, which is predominantly white, and they had a cultural day. That cultural day means that young people can come in their cultural outfits. This young girl, he's mixed race and half Jamaican. She came dressed, all the black girls at the school went dressed in their traditional wear, and it was a really hot day. They all had shorts on. So all the black girls were not allowed to go into the school, but all the white girls had panties on, basically boxer shorts on, even shorter. They all had the England shirts on because it was on the day of the England game against Congo. And I was in disbelief. When I saw my student, she wasn't allowed to go into school. And I thought to myself, we have to,
This is this prompt here. The white culture being war, schmex, tourism and paedophilia. Honestly, we would get unalived by our parents if we went to school or wore anything like that. Like, it would not happen. Black culture, brown culture, we would not get to leave the house. We would be too scared that someone would even see us. Even if we change, we would not be able to do that either. And it's inappropriate. Like, hopefully the teachers said something if the teachers didn't say something. And we talked about this, I think maybe yesterday, actually. I was on a panel with Tiz. If you guys know DJ Tiz Talks, it was a great panel yesterday. He was talking about the guy from Raise the Colours who, they're all like, save our children, but we know they're all paedophiles. This same guy had children, underage stuff on his own computer, right? You know, this is what there's like, save our women and children. They're all DVing their wives. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And we also talked about whether the schools are doing a good job at safeguarding the children as well. We talked about the fact that why were the teachers never stopping older boys who could drive picking up 13-year-old girls outside of school? You know, where is the teachers saying, excuse me, this is not going to happen, because they didn't want to do anything after 3 o'clock bell rings. You know, that's is it. Like, there is a window that children are not protected, right? And even in the schools, they're not. Well, I've talked about how you even had, and this is disgusting, I don't know if anyone else has this story, but probably, the amount of teachers wanting to have inappropriate relationships with children, and especially at my school, was horrible. It was so horrible. There was even a story about how one of our maths teachers was in a cupboard doing inappropriate things with himself. Disgusting. There was our PE teachers always having like some relationships with young girls as well. We'd all find out about it. Horrible. It's just like, where are kids meant to be safe? And then you just think, well, it is the culture, and that's why I've put that there. It's the culture. And, you know, they always try to distract us and deflect and say, well, no, it's not. Like I said earlier, it's the Pakistani grooming gangs. Like, yeah, those are bad too. But we want to look at, thank you, this is Beth, Catholic schools. We want to look at these. We want to look at white Christian missionaries that come from England and manipulate in Malaysia, in other parts of Africa. You know, we want to look how you're actually purposely doing this through religion and now abusing hundreds of children. This is the culture. It's the culture that needs recognition.
I can give you history of the British missionaries that went to Congo in the 1800s.
Yes.
And they took some of my family members. Some of my family members ended up being in the Christian, in the Catholic monasteries or whatever, because they came to Congo in 1800s to colonize, basically, the British missionaries. And that was not even under no war or anything. It was under... So they came to religion. Help. It was on the religion, basically. So that is the actual real history. So that cannot be denied, because we have people that are here today that can actually account for those things. We have the DNA to prove it, you know. And it's a terrible thing. It's a terrible thing for people to act like, oh, it's in the past. No, we are the product of the people who had to be under the oppression of the British missionaries at the time. It's not a speech of hate. It's a truth. You can't hate the truth. And I think that's what it is with racism. Racism is about hating the truth. It's about gaslighting the truth. It's about creating narratives, overriding narratives that are always there. It's not even about race. It's more about gaslighting people's actual experiences.
Experiences.
That's it. You can't gaslight my experience and tell me, that never happened, get over it. We can't get over it because it's in our DNA. Whatever their experience happened, we were the product. It's in our bloodstream. Basically.
And especially with this get over it stuff, it's like, we have tried. Hello, we go back to our motherlands, and guess what? The colonizer is there. And guess what? When we come to the UK, you keep reminding us that, like in this conversation, who freed you lot? It's the same shit. You can't even be talking about being enslaved or anything. White people, English people will always bring it up. Always. Like, no one will be talking about the transatlantic slave trade, but they will always just bring it up because, again, they are still the colonizer. And other people earlier, but we're not doing it now. Working class aren't doing it now. You are in the conversation. This is it. They're still doing the same things in their behavior towards other people. They don't see it. Thank you so much, Kelly. I'm going to move to the next person. Thank you for the conversation. Thank you. Restore Britain. I'm just going to pop back to you for a minute, just to get your feedback. If you've heard anything in this live so far now that has kind of enlightened you a little bit, or if there's another topic as well that you want to go on.
There has been a lot said. Right. So, Colin, the Jamaican fellow who came in, I agree with everything Colin said. If you come to this country legally, and you give to this country, you pay your taxes, you follow your laws and stuff like that. You have every right to be here. You have every single right to be here if you are contributing to this country. You should not be
Restore
told.
Britain.
You should not be told. You're not
Restore
from this
Britain.
land. Go on, sorry.
Restore Britain. When the English went to other countries, did they not do the same thing? They went to countries illegally. They then didn't contribute to the countries.
Right. This is another thing what I wanted to speak about. So the whole thing about like the migration and stuff like that, and English people complaining about coming over to this country and you know living in our country, getting jobs in our countries, and you know having benefits in our countries and whatever else. But we do the same thing in other countries.
Yes.
We like
yes.
You've had English people move to Spain. You've had English people move to Portugal, wherever in the world. We all do the same thing. So it's okay for us to migrate to different countries, but it's not okay for other countries to migrate to us. That's wrong, in my opinion.
Yeah, but if you're just focusing on the end and telling everyone to go back to where they come from, then you're still only understanding part of the story, right? And I don't know if you're aware, there's 900,000 illegal British immigrants in Spain. And do you know what Spanish people are doing about the illegal Brits there? They're allowing them to stay.
Nothing.
They're integrating them. They're allowing them to stay. They say, okay, some of you have got property, some of you have built lives, some of you have got jobs, others of you not,
That's wrong.
We'll do something. Why? The world is a big place and it's big enough for all of us. So, if
I don't
we're
mean
going to be traveling,
English people going over and just living a fucking life and not. I mean, what is wrong is the whole fact of like so. I don't even know if I'm explaining myself correctly.
No, go on.
I don't feel like right, but so the whole thing, yeah, right, is you should just be able to live wherever the fuck you want. As long as you're treating that land with respect and you're giving to the land and not just taking, you should be able to live wherever the fuck you want.
But this is what's really interesting, I think, about the English mindset is that you guys talk about a give and take. It's a lot about give and take. What do you provide? What do you do? And I don't know if you were here when I said this, or if you guys were here. If I even said it in this live, I can't remember. But I have brought it up before. Yeah, or maybe I did say it to Colin.
I don't know because I've got a really short memory, so some things I will forget.
No, just okay. No, I remember who I said it to. It was to someone called the Railway something. The first thing he said was, he said, my dad, when he came, he contributed. He did this, he did that. And I'm like, this is how you know that you're in a capitalist society, because they don't see you as human. They see you as commodities. Railway Raven, thank you so much. Us as people are not here to provide anything. We're not here to work and to pay taxes. We're not here to do that. We're here to live. We're here to play. We're here to be happy. Yeah, taxes is bullshit. So the problem with Britain, the United Kingdom being a company, is that they make you think and feel that you only have purpose if you pay taxes and if you have a job and if you contribute. No, not a single person in this world is supposed to be doing that, by the way. Nobody is supposed to be doing that because capitalism was born in the UK. I did a little history lesson earlier about people who don't remember or don't know that when the transatlantic slave ended, and I say quote unquote because it didn't end, it was replaced with capitalism, enslaving British people into another system. Okay, so it's mental shackles. It was not physical shackles, it's mental shackles. Thank you, East India Company. Right, and this is now British company. United Kingdom is a company. So that's why when you guys start saying, I'm going to sing my national anthem, there is nothing in there about people. God save our gracious King. Long live our noble King. God save the King. Send him victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over us. God save the King. That's nothing about people. Where's the people?
You're right.
Where's
You
the
are right.
humanity?
It's all
And you know
about
what? Yes, and I have a video on my page specifically saying the national anthem is a slave song, but yet I have hundreds of comments from English people saying, God save the king, we love the king, we'll do anything for the king. The king doesn't give a fuck about you. The king doesn't know who the hell you are. Exactly. Don't do anything about the royal family. And this is why you guys need to understand your country more.
I do not like the royal family. I do.
Yeah.
I don't like them. Fuck them. Simple.
Yeah, but this is where you have to understand history as well, though. Restore Britain is that because the royal family were put in place back there. Like, if you've got a lot of lineage, which I'm assuming you do have a lot of lineage, right, in England and Britain, they would have taken all of your taxes away from you for generations, making sure that you have less money in your pockets. And this was on the backs of stolen wealth as well from our people, from my people, right? So they were doing the same to you guys. And now they're still manipulating you, thinking that we are the problem, but it is your royal family. It is your government. And so when you are supporting people like Reform and Restore, it's the same people, Restore. It's the same people. Right. These are also the rich, wealthy people who are taking money out of your pocket. And this is what we're trying to show you. Well, I'm trying to show you today anyway, Restore. If you support Restore Britain,
I'm glad I come back to this live now.
I'm glad you're here, because they are literally the ones who are going to take more money out of your pocket, because you know they're conservative. Well, you don't know they're conservatives. They're conservative. So if you've never voted for Conservative, you wouldn't want to vote for Conservative again, I'm sure. So they want you don't want to do that, you know. And this human rights thing is what we've mentioned. No, I won't sing again, guys. I'm not going to sing that bloody song again, especially that was a one-off. I will.
Yeah, please don't.
My voice was good. Hello, hold on.
No. I'm not on about your voice. I'm on about the national anthem itself. Like, I don't even know the whole words to the national anthem.
I'm glad you
honestly,
don't.
I don't like the royal family, and I've never give a fuck about his national anthem.
With good reason, and I'm glad you have. So, you know, Reform and Restore represent the same group of people, unfortunately. And I would imagine that you probably voted Labour before. Were you Labour voter?
I wasn't, no. I've never been on the Labour side. No. I never liked Labour.
Previously, then? Who have you voted for previously?
Do you want me to be truthful? Nobody.
Yeah. Nobody.
I don't. No.
Nobody. So this is the first time that you've decided to support a political party.
This is the first time I've paid attention to it. Yeah.
And you've gone right in at the deep end. You've gone right in at the deep end of like what represents racism.
What do you mean?
Restore Britain is like the most racist political party that we've got right now.
Right.
And you've gone straight into the deep end with that one.
I probably have, yeah. Like, fucking, I just jumped in on fucking... To be honest with you, right? I feel like me at the moment, I've just jumped on a bandwagon. If you get what I'm saying. So really, right? So all I've seen, yeah. All I've seen. So because I only changed my account yesterday.
Okay. What was
I only changed my account yesterday. It was just my name. It was just my name. It was nothing but my name. Okay. So like, I was going through TikTok yesterday, and I was all I was seeing was all the bullshit that's going on at the minute. Everybody arguing over fucking bullshit. Now, after being in this live today and hearing multiple different opinions from people from a variety of backgrounds, I feel like I have picked the wrong side.
Wrong side. Leanne's got Leanne. I'm going to bring Leanne in because Leanne is always our eyes on the ground of what she sees on TikTok, and she's going to share what she's seen. Leanne.
I'm just going to say, like, bravo. Let me clap for you. Bravo. Restore, you've done a really good class act of being a manipulative liar in this live.
How do you mean?
You're now saying you changed your username yesterday. Are we really doing that? Restore.
I actually did change it yesterday.
Should I show the
I don't need to
screenshots of your profile right now to everybody? Should I? Show
the screenshots of my profile? Why? Because my
your
name's changed and
entire
stuff.
profile.
And there was
and
one video
reshared.
yesterday.
You're a racist. Just
from
say
yesterday.
it with your chest.
I'm a racist. No, I'm far from a racist, love.
Oh, you're far from a racist, aren't you? Oh,
yeah. I am.
You know your profile is there, visible for everybody to view. Everybody, just take 10 seconds. Everyone, right now, take 10 seconds.
Go view it.
Everyone, go look at his profile. Especially go look at his reposts. Everyone, especially go look at his reposts. And remember, he said that he changed his username yesterday.
Flag waving,
I want everyone
walking
to
down roads. Yeah, it's not working.
And
So we're going to bring a different element to this. We're going to go back.
Panel that, oh, you know what? I don't know much about Restore.
I think it's got to do with the fact that Nigel boosted me out of reform in an entirely unchristian way.
You know what? Well done for wasting everybody's time here.
Them two videos
well done.
are from yesterday.
Oh, yesterday, of course it's yesterday. Yeah.
I don't care who gets offended. I'm going to say it anyway. A man who makes the mother of.
As I said, the defensiveness kind of proves it, and the comical laughing. That's not funny. Eva, it's quite ironic that your name is Restore.
I find you funny that you think you know who I am as a person.
You're trying to fool everybody here and say that your name is Restore, but you don't know nothing about the party that is literally your username and your entire profile. Okay. So have you finished?
It's a very bold thing to do. To, like Leanna's just said, literally change your username and put your profile picture as a political party that you just discovered yesterday, or
of a political party. My profile picture is a picture of the United Kingdom, and it says "United we stand, divided we fall."
Okay. So, I have, of course, I record these lives, maybe you do, I don't know, but I have just gone to your profile and just looked as well at your reposts, and they are, of course, very, very politically charged in terms of what Restore stands for. And like I said, like you've literally, if you haven't, I mean, I don't know, you're definitely in the deep end anyway of what Restore stands for. You're in there now, and it is, like I said, the most racist party. It is the most racist party. So where I come from, though, generally is just, thank you, Leanne, is, understanding why you would do that and why it would be your choice. The fact is that you've said that you've never voted before, but this party seemed to speak to you. Like, it's just... Yeah, you did. I mean, I have looked back, and the repost did start yesterday. I have seen that because it goes back like further to
yesterday.
3, and then and you've got something to do with dogs and stuff like that. I have seen that. It's only happened in the 24 hours.
Because before yesterday, the only thing I was doing on TikTok was just reposting like emotional quotes and just shit that kind of meant a little bit of something to me. Do you know what I mean? So up until yesterday,
so what was it so what was it that you saw then that made you think, oh, you know what, I'm going to get in with this Restore Britain thing? It seems like it speaks to me.
Right, so the thing that spoke to me was the whole of people that are living in this country that are struggling to get housing and stuff like that, and then people are coming over illegally and just getting everything handed to them.
Wait for the man.
Go on. You said your issue is with this country, and the reason why you're a Restore person is because your issue is people coming here illegally. Can you explain to the 119 people
illegally?
How do people come? Yeah, illegally. How do people come here illegally? Explain that.
How do people come in?
Yeah.
So obviously
that's
not
what you're angry about.
By coming over to this country, not applying for a visa or refugee status. They're coming over to this country
So,
and then
you know, a
then
refugee
try to
status is not
fucking
illegal. You know that, right? Seeking refugee status is not actually illegal. You know,
no,
every
but you should be
country.
applying for it before coming over. This is
No,
what
no,
I'm
no,
saying.
no. Do you know how refugee works, darling? Do you know how asylum works as well? Huh? I don't know what's quite funny because that's what you apparently hate. So I thought something that you'd hate, you'd have a lot of knowledge in. So do you know how refugee status works? No. Okay. Do you know how asylum
Restore.
seekers? Do you know how asylum seekers? Do you know how that process works? No. Okay. So again, and then your third point was about visas. You do realize you can't enter a country without a visa. You know that, right? You have to apply for the visa before even getting a ticket and actually flying on a plane. You know that part as well, right? Exactly. So again, caught you red-handed in your rubbishness.
Right,
And you
hold on, 'cause
probably
I had-
you're probably a Restore voter. Just be real. You're probably a Restore voter because you hate immigration, right? Just be real. Stop cosplaying everyone here and just be real. The reason why you actually love Restore is because of immigration, right? Because your first thing that you said you hate is
What's wrong
because
with
of
hating immigration?
refugees. Is because of refugees and asylum seekers. So
Right,
please,
here's
as
the-
I've asked you 4 or 5 times, what is an asylum seeker and what is a refugee? You're silent. How can you be silent on something you so passionately hate?
Right. Hang about, I wasn't silent. My connection went for a start.
No, it didn't. But continue with the lies. Go on.
Yeah, it fucking did.
Gave you a good couple of minutes as well. I asked you
Okay,
multiple
let's
times.
hear the response. Yeah, so Restore, you've been challenged, of course, on a few things in terms of your belief. Like Leanne has said, and rightly so, it's this understanding because the main points of what Restore are about immigrants and about what's illegal and illegal and legal and legal and asylum.
Coming
And
over,
so if
and
you
coming
don't
over
know
on
any
the
of
boats,
those,
and coming over on the boats, yeah, and throwing the passports in the ocean and shit like that is illegal. They shouldn't be doing that. That is what
like
I'm
we
against.
were trying to
I'm
say,
I'm all for other countries coming over here and living on this land. Do it as long as you're
So
you're
why don't
peaceful
you-
about it,
why
you're
don't
respectful
you-
about it. Go for it.
Yeah.
But if you're
So why
coming
don't
over,
you
if you're
vote
coming
for-
over on a rubber dinghy and you're throwing your passports in the ocean, I'm against that.
Okay, so why don't you vote for Reform? Why is Restore the one that you decided to go for? Considering you've been on social media for a while.
To be fair, to be fair, I was actually watching a lot of Reform UK videos at first, and I was commenting on a lot of posts at first saying Reform UK, and then yesterday a load of the fucking hell, Restore Britain. I forgot I forgot it, and it's my fucking username. I saw a lot of Restore Britain. Fuck's sake. And I don't know why. I don't like the fact that people are coming over on boats, throwing the passports in ocean, and getting everything handed to them.
Reform have been around for a very long time. They've talked a lot about this passports in the ocean thing, which is not a massive thing, by the way. So there have been a few cases. There have been a few cases, but it's not as many as you might think they are. They don't have a big effect actually on anything to do with the numbers of people who do come, right? And Reform have put forward that, and they've been the ones who've been on social media, and they're the ones that are on television. So that's why my question is, why would you go straight to Restore and not go to Reform?
Truthfully, I can't actually give you an answer. See, this is why I came and joined this live for this conversation, because my views will probably change by the end of this. You know what I'm saying? I'll probably I can't change my account because you can only change it every 7 days. You use the name every 30 days. I can change my profile picture, but my profile picture is about everybody standing together, so I'm not going to change that.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm going to move to the next person. I think that was just a really interesting, insightful conversation. Thank you, Leanne, for coming up and pointing out some things with Restore Britain and his person. And Mazzy has said before in the comment section that they did speak to you before somewhere else. They said that they recognised your voice. So, you know, I always try to give people, not the benefit of the doubt, but when I look at people, I just try to see a kind of pathway and also allow people, maybe it is the better of the doubt, maybe it is that too, is that, you know, some people do have the ability to change, and you guys who are here often, you know me for a fact, I'm very with people, you know, I am very much like you are out, block, mute, gone. But there are some times when there is a person that I have a conversation with them, and like I have spoken to Restore quite often here, during this live, and he's listened to some of the things I said. He was quite combative at first, and some things, Restore, you know you were, but then you listened, and then you were like, actually, do you know what, I'm going to listen to some of this stuff. And for those of you who are around here on TikTok a lot, you know the exact personality, what people have here. It is, they don't want to hear, they don't want to learn, they're very much rigid in those views, and I've not felt that, and I've not experienced that with Restore. That's why he's actually still sat up here for quite some time. Like, I don't know, it's probably been an hour or something sat there, you know.
I've been tired for a while, Anna.
Yeah, for a while. So, you know, we have to also, as humans, remember that people do have the capability to change, and people don't also have the full information a lot of the time. So, you know, this is where we also use our own discernment and we use our own judgment to understand if people are willing to have the conversation. Because I'm not expecting Restore, and I'm not going to have my own expectation to say, well, he's not still going to vote Restore. Like, it's not my job to convince him or anything, but, you know, he's choosing to stay here and listen and be educated, because he said himself, I'm not educated about certain things. Like, that's what he said earlier. So, you know, I said, okay, cool. You stick around. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. So, you know, as long as you don't offend me or upset me or upset anybody else here, then that's why you're still here.
Earlier on, Fox, you asked me about knowing whether Restore wanted to get rid of human rights and stuff like that. And I told you straight away, I didn't have a clue about that. And I am against that. I am against getting rid of human rights. So now, because of this life, I've been educated a little bit. My views are a little bit different to when I first came on this life.
I'm glad. Yeah, exactly. And you did say that as well, which I'm really glad to hear. Because, like, let's just talk about TikTok for a minute, guys. And I've talked about this quite a lot recently. There are so many lives that are so angry and are so shouting, and people don't hear each other at all. And people talk in their own mindset and what they want to believe, and they're very much stayed there. Those areas are not productive for conversation at all. And I'm going to say that's the right side. The left side, and these guys know I'm centrist, the left side, yes, they want to do things and build change and that, but where is the action? Where are you actually communicating with people on the other side and saying, you know what, I actually understand the problem. Do you understand my problem? Let's work on this together. And how do we move forward? The problem is because there's left and right. There's not enough people in the center. And that's why I see myself as somebody in the center. Like, if you're a person on the left who is willing to understand, if you're a person on the right who's got the patience to understand, because the goal is trying to make sure that everybody is protected in the UK. Yes, I do have prompts up here that are quite divisive, maybe, as people recognise or say, English people this and white people this. And then what happens is I go in and explain why the prompt is as it is. I talk about history. I talk about politics. I talk about the solution of what's required to go forward, right? That's what I talk about here. So, you know, to me, it's been really, really interesting and a nice conversation, because it's been, I mean, generally the panels are very varied with the people that do come to have a conversation. I really appreciate people that come to have a chat, today is another example of that. It's like, well, regardless of who we are,
I'm going to drop you a follow, Fox.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. So yeah, please do enjoy more conversations. Please do stick around. And this is the thing about life, is I do go to other people's lives. I do. But like I said, the energy for me is just too much. I can't be in those spaces a lot of the time. And I wish I could. I really wish I could. I really wish I could, but I can't.
Obviously, you're very educated on a lot of this political stuff and stuff like that. So if you was in the UK now and you was voting, what party would you vote?
Yeah,
who'd win your vote?
Yes, so I've been a Green voter for over 10 years. However,
Green.
they don't support they don't support black people. So, I still, as a black woman, really struggle to find a party that actually would represent my best interests. I do need to look
Right.
more into a bit more Lib Dem, because when Nick Clegg was around, you said you're not into politics, but a few years ago, there was Nick Clegg, who seemed to be absolutely fantastic. And it was the first time we had a joint coalition between Conservative and Lib Dem. And Lib Dem
Right.
said, we won't, increase the student tuition fees. It's going to be great because in Scotland, it's free for students, no tuition fees, like amazing. But England, you had to pay. And what did they do in England? They increased it by triple the amount that kids would be in debt for. So it was terrible. Yeah, it was a massive L for Clegg. So that really it ruined a lot of the reputation through Lib Dem. But they've started to come up a little bit more now. They've started to build their reputation again. But I would vote Green because I'm more about the environment. So I want there to be more planting of trees. I want there to be more sustainable housing. I want there to be a better distribution of wealth by taxing 1%, because there's no other group in the UK that actually wants to tax the richest of rich people to make sure that we all have a better salary and money in our pockets, because our taxes are too high. Cleaner seas and rivers, exactly. That's why I vote for Green.
So your vote would be Green. So me personally, myself, I really should go and just educate myself more about all the political parties that are involved. I really should.
Yes.
Instead of just seeing what I see and then picking one.
Yeah, exactly. And it's easily done in the UK, like truly, especially because of how heated the environment is, right? It's like they're like, you have to pick a side, pick a side. Who are you voting for? It's honestly not been like that.
It shouldn't be like that. It should not be like that. There shouldn't be, pick this side. Everybody should be on the same side together.
Yes, exactly. And honestly, I've not seen this for a long time. Actually, probably not ever in my life, where it's like, who are you voting for? Because it used to be quite a bit of a closed practice, but because it's become such a prevalent thing in UK society, and now, like we said, and I'm really glad we've talked about this now, actually, this picking a side thing. It has made people force them to vote for somebody maybe necessarily that they might not connect with. And also, this is about creating communities and alliances again. So even if people are voting for Reform or Store or Green or Labour or whatever, it's like you feel like you're in a club again, right? It's like this community which is trying to come back together, because community has been lost quite a lot in the UK, actually, because of how
we've
high
been
the cost
divided
of,
so much over the years, man.
Yes, because cost of living, right, is so high. And somebody did bring this up earlier, and I said I didn't really want to be so negative about it, but she was saying about how when she was younger, people in the community used to be sort of more friendly, and you used to have your door open and and things have changed. It's like, but now it seems like togetherness is only again through a political reason, which again benefits the 1%, right? This is what they're trying to do. They're trying to do it. So if you pick a party, then we know exactly what your beliefs are, and then we can manipulate you in that way as well.
Right.
And that's very dangerous. It's very, very dangerous. Right. Thank you so much, Restore. I'm going to move to Leanne now as well, the next person on the panel. So thanks for that bit there. Really appreciate that.
Yeah,
okay.
No worries. Thank you for involving me in the conversation. I appreciate it.
No problem. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Leanne next, please. Leanne, how are you? Yes.
Hi.
Yeah, sorry, I pressed the mute at the same time. Sorry.
Right.
Yeah. Which topic would you like to discuss, please?
I'm so that English people are so uneducated. Mm-hmm. I knew it before, but even being on here and I'm arguing with this lady in the comments, and she's so offended and entitled. She's like, "I'm waiting for my apology." I'm like, "You're going to be waiting for a long time, lady. I'm not apologising to you for what I believe." So again, being uneducated. And I'm mixed race. My mum's white, and I don't want to talk bad about her, but she dates only black men. Mm-hmm. But she's racist. She's even had an argument with one of her exes, and she said to me, I think they was watching a show about slavery or something, and she's basically said, "You've got a chip on your shoulder. It's time to get over it now."
Yeah.
And I think these type of women are more dangerous than the white guys that are racist, because they're having children. Yeah, you're having children with these black men, and you are racist. And she used to goad my dad so much, she'd call him a black cunt.
Oh,
I
for
don't know if I
God's
should say
sake.
this on there, but
Yeah,
yeah,
please don't repeat that. That's not
sorry.
necessary to say
But yeah,
that.
she'll say things like that, like extreme things like that to goad him. They'd have arguments and fights, and then to everybody else in the family, he was the bad one. Like you said before, with them getting angry. If we get angry, what are you getting angry for? You shouldn't be like that. Know your place. So I just, it's dangerous, and I think it needs to stop. Like you can't be having children with them. Why have children with them?
Yeah.
Just because
Again,
what, you want a brown baby or something?
Yeah, it's the fetishization. It is the rebellion, because in culture they made it out to be that black men are dangerous. They're so dangerous, and it's like, well, no, I'm going to say that I'm going to do something dangerous, and I'm going to be with a black guy. You know, and it's so stupid, because the most dangerous people on this planet are white men, historically and presently, across all different lands.
Exactly.
So,
I spoke to you about my experience with dating white guys as well.
Truth, T for truth. Can you mute yourself, please? It just came on that echo. I can't seem to do that for some reason. T for truth. Can you mute yourself, please? It's not showing that you're actually on the panel fully on my screen. So please mute if you're unmuted. Yeah, Leanne, do you want to discuss another prompt, or should I move to the next person?
Yeah, you can discuss another thing as well. I just saw on the news that Harry is him and Meghan are now basically saying that she is not bringing her kids over here ever again.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't either. They've already shown that it's too dangerous, first of all, for them to do so, because the royal family, that family is so insidious. Imagine that you would not even protect your own blood. It's disgusting. It's honestly, it's horrific. You know, we can talk all day about the royal. Maybe I'll actually do a prompt next time about the royal family themselves, because and Harry and Meghan, because it's honestly disgusting. It's horrible. They act out like she's murdered someone. It's so bad.
They hated her from day one.
Yeah, because like the English people don't realize how much racism is instilled in their culture. Like they don't even see it. So we need to talk about that one. We'll put a Harry and Meghan prompt. Yeah, that'll be a good one. Right, thank you so much, Leanne. Thank you. Thank you. Take care. Thank you. Okay, we've got Maga News next, please. Maga News, are you there? Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me? Host?
I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you. You okay?
I'm good, thank you. Before we start, MAGA News is not a Trump supporter. All right? MAGA stands for.
I can't. Your signal is a bit down, but you didn't. But you also didn't need to introduce yourself, because I just said like this is about me and my prompts here. So can you just pick a prompt? Yeah, pick a prompt, please, and discuss.
Let me pick. Nobody cheering for the England team.
Yes, go ahead.
Nobody cheering for the England team.
Yeah.
Right. Right. So that one. You see, I've never supported England. I'll be honest with you. I don't care what country England plays. I don't support England, and that's because as an African, I know the atrocities the English, or should I say the British, have done to Africa, right? And I'm a Ghanaian, okay? And the British colonized Ghana, and for that reason, I can never feel comfortable supporting England. You know, and I've got a child with a mixed race woman. She's half English, half Jamaican, and I was the only person in my house that was not supporting England.
Oh
right?
wow.
Yeah. I was the only person in my house that wasn't supporting England, and I had to explain to my son why I didn't support England, because he didn't understand it. But my son is now at an age where I can explain things to him and make him understand why Daddy does not support England. And I explained to him, I gave him a bit of history, and now he understands why. And he even said that, well, next time England is playing, I'm not going to support England, Dad.
Good. That's what we're supposed to do. Teach our family, teach our children, teach our friends, because they always say keep politics out of sport, but it's only when it suits them. They literally had the don't know if I can say the word, up in Wembley Stadium after the Second World War, no, before the Second World War, to make sure that they actually made them feel comfortable. If you guys haven't seen this, on Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, they put up that Nazi symbol because they were like, we need to make sure that they're appeased. We need to appease these people. It's not political. It is political. Everything is political. Everything is political. If we're human beings on this planet and we are talking about freaking human rights, right? And people taking that shit away and deciding who gets to live, who gets to die, who gets to live where, who gets to go where, it's political. It's completely political. And, you know, and the reason why I actually put that prompt up there is that nobody cheering for England. I'm talking about like anybody else outside of UK, outside of England cheering for England. Because the Scottish, not cheering for England. The Irish, of course, won't cheer for England. And outside of that, you see a lot of countries are like, I want Congo to win. You saw in the comment section, yeah, I want Congo to win. You saw everybody was like, Congo, 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 Congo. They want Congo to win. Again, Ghana, we want them to win. We want Senegal to win. They want any one of the African nations. I know, Sazo, they would never allow Africans to lift that cup. They've made it very clear that especially this year around in the US, as corrupt a country as it is, they will never allow an African nation to lift that cup. Absolutely not. It's already been decided, and people, if they believe it, that Portugal will end up lifting the cup. But yeah, this is the whole thing. But nobody is supporting England. And that's when English people have to start to understand, or if they can, but like I say, narcissism is quite a big part of the culture. So you've seen how they're in the United States now, throwing beers up everywhere and acting a fool. And, you know, their pubs are closing and not allowing them to come inside. You can see that people are taking down England flags wherever they're up. They're like, we don't support these people. English people are too narcissistic to realise that the world does not like them. The world doesn't like them. And they get upset, of course, of me because I'm very hyper-focused on them at the moment and the things that they're doing. It's like, please, can you not see, can you not understand that you guys need to change as people? You need to evolve. You need to be part of the global majority and understand why we are having these conversations, because we've been having them for the last 6 years, since 2020, and things are not going to change. They're not going to change. The conversations is not ending just because if you don't want to, you don't want to see.
The fact. Sorry, the fact that my sons were born in England doesn't make them English, right?
Yeah.
And I had to explain that to my son that you will never, even though, because he said to me, but Daddy, I was born in England. I said, look, son, yes, you were born in England, right? But to the eyes of the Englishman, you're not English.
Yeah.
And you can never be English, even though you are born in England. And I can see from his face that he was very confused.
Confused, yeah.
He was very, very confused about that. So I had to say to him, look, you see how mommy's mixed race, right? But your mom is she feels more closer to her Jamaican side, right? And I said to him, why do you think your mom feels closer to her Jamaican side, even though her mom is a white woman, right? And I said to him, because the reason why your mom feels closer to her Jamaican side is because of how she was treated when she was a kid.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I
do think it's. I don't like to give comments on people's personal situations, but I just do it anyway because my mouth always runs away with me sometimes. But it is very important as well that if people are from mixed ethnicity background, it's never to ignore it as well, because he's still a quarter English, right? He's still a quarter English. So, you know, he has the right to claim that side. I don't. I've got no English in my family. I just happen to be born in Britain, right? And England was the colonized land that I was born on, so I just happened to be there. But if you have an ethnicity that ties you to the lineage and the culture and history of England, that's also your right as well, right? So, you know, people, so you know, it's as humans, we have to be allowed also to navigate our own way. And you're right in saying like, you know, you've never been English, because it's only because English English people would never accept. They don't, like in the comment section, Cass, always good to have you here, Cass, has said English people don't like other English people. They don't. They really dislike other English people. And so why would any of us ever think that we could be English enough to be liked by the English? It would never happen. So it's good to be real and truthful, but it's also, important for people that do have an English lineage to understand what that means and what that could look like. Yeah.
I have to be very honest with him. He's at an age right now where I cannot afford as a father to lie to him. Because what I don't want is him to go out there in the world, in a racist world, and for him to face racism and for him not to understand where it's coming from. And I feel like it's very important, because if you look at my son, you can never tell that he's got any white in him. He looks like a black person, right? Right? He's got the same complexion as you and I. Okay? So, and I know that I live in a very racist country. And sooner or later he's gonna face racism. And I don't want him to for racism to come at him as a surprise. I want him to understand it before anyone shows him what racism is. Right?
Yeah, it's always important to prepare them and to be real about this, because I really feel, and I've brought about my personal experience as well before, is that I felt sad a bit that my parents didn't prepare me for the racism that I was going to experience, because my parents' generation, they literally just had to assimilate, get on with stuff, and just be like, everything's fine. Because again, if you go underneath the water, you drown, right? So I didn't really get a lot of guidance on how to deal with racism. I just had to find my own way. And I'm really glad that at least now in 2026, more parents are having conversations with their kids to understand how they're going to deal with it, because we can't ignore colour. For those people, those white people, or even black people and brown people, that also applies, is like, if you're trying to ignore colour, you are ignoring the things that happen to yourselves and the things that happen to people around you. And it's not good. It's not good. Like, colour is here, race is here, because white people decided so. So we have to talk about those things. Right, thank you so much, Maga. I'm going to move to now the T-Truth. Thank you, Maga.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, T for Truth. T for Truth. How are you today?
Hi.
Hello there.
I'm well. Brilliant discussions here.
Thank you.
So I want to talk about the PDF culture in white Europeans. It's around 2011. I came across. I sort of like joined Facebook in 2010, and I came across some stuff to do with PDF victims on there, and I couldn't believe it. So I really sort of like started researching to debunk it. And as I researched, I discovered the most horrific things that happen it seemed like to me they were the sort of more the elite, the aristocracy, it seemed, but from these particular victims. So they were talking about how they were literally brought in families, and this is all secret, with their parents first of all starting to abuse them, and they would be taken to parties where everyone else, all the adults, would grape the children. There were also cases of this. This is really horrific. And when I first discovered it, Fox, I went into a really deep depression for about 6 months because I sort of like got lost in researching it really initially, because I did not want to believe it. Anyway, these children who were now adults were talking about how they'd witnessed these people sacrificing children.
I think I saw this. Was it the accounts from the children, right? It was the kids that were saying the things that they saw. I saw a little bit. I could not watch anymore. And the guys who are here regularly know that I have not been able to talk much about it because it is too sensitive, even the baby Preston stuff. It's too
Yeah,
emotional. So bless
yeah.
you for really getting so deep into
Well,
it.
there's children, current day children, who have come out, but they are actually blocked by the courts to say anything because this. But what I basically discovered is that the whole society runs on child grape. They have
Yes.
rings. They have rings, PDF rings. Who? Sorry. What did I say? Did I say a word?
No, I said yes. I'm agreeing with you. Yes.
So
Yes.
it's basically run by people who are in power, and they get there because they're involved in all of this. They are controlled, because then the people who are really the ones in power behind the scenes, they have the dirt on them to do as they say. So the people that we have in, who might be ministers and PMs, etc., are puppets. They're put there, they're groomed, they're put there, they're placed there. They're not elected, they're selected. Anyway, just to go on a little bit more about how deep the PDF is in the culture. So they were unaliving the babies. They were, these are things that real people are saying, and the victims have been coming out in the last few years. They're adults now, and they've been organising groups of protests, etc. But for some reason, the mainstream media will not touch it. Why? Because the mainstream...
they're part of it.
They're part of it. They're part of it. The whole in culture, the society, the institutions are all conspiring, and we have a facade of democracy, but there is no real democracy. So I'm just going to reel off just a few things. So I'm not going to just talk about, the children and the victims. I'm going to reel off official police investigations and other reports that have been done in independent inquiries, so that people who are listening to me and who might be thinking, oh, she's off her head, you can go and you can research these official police inquiries. So just a couple I'm just going to reel off. So number one, when the Jimmy Savile stuff came out, it came out that he had raped not hundreds but thousands. Okay. He also had, this is official, so he also had the keys to a morgue. So he used to go and grape dead bodies.
Oh God.
Okay. And why was he allowed to get away with it? Why was he, if you see, there are so many pictures of him with the royal family, with Prince Charles. How does he get there? You cannot get that near royalty unless you've been really, really highly vetted. So they know about this. So why does he have such close relationships with them? Because they're all PDFs.
They're all doing it.
They're all involved. Okay. So he at the time when this was going on, Keir Starmer, our lovely Prime Minister, was the head of the CPS. And there were numerous allegations that were brought against Jimmy Savile while he was alive. And guess what? Keir Starmer shelved them all away.
Yeah, and it's not the only thing he's done. I talk about Jean-Charles de Menezes. I talk about Paul Tomlinson. Is that his name? He's never prosecuted anyone from the Met regarding these things.
Right.
Now I know why your name is T for Truth. Keep talking, girl. Keep talking.
So, let's stick on Keir Starmer for a bit more. Did you follow those 3 Ukrainian rent boys who arsoned
his car? Yes.
Car and 1 property. Right. What was he doing with 3 rent boys? And they were all Ukrainian. What do they have? What connection do they have? How come it's not out in the headlines everywhere? What was going on? What's going on there? So do you see how they used compromised? Do you see how they use only compromised people to put as puppets in power? And then do you remember also the video that was leaked of Keir Starmer being caught kissing Lord Ali? Do you remember that?
No, I don't know about this one.
Okay, so maybe about 18 months ago, about 18 months ago, two years ago, there was a video that was leaked of Keir Starmer caught kissing Lord Ali. Lord Ali had given him huge sums of money so that, or to his wife, so that she could go and buy, a huge amount of expensive wardrobe. So what's going on there? He's caught kissing, but then very quickly that was hushed as well. How come?
I'm googling it.
Yeah. So at the time I saw the video clip, but I think they, because they can clean stuff like this from online. So I don't know if you can watch the video anymore. But
I'm looking at
the reason why they do that, Fox, is because this is how they keep their puppets in line. They say if you dare to go against, like for example, at the time the G-side was going on against the Palestinians, and there was a huge amount of pressure, for us to stop arming Israel. So maybe he was saying, look, we need to stop arming Israel, and Puppet Master said, right, let's do a leak and show him who's boss.
Yes.
This is how they keep them in line.
Girl, you are cooking. You are cooking with all this stuff. Like, I'm literally just looking it up now. And the first thing, which is so interesting, is that it's literally come up with fact check. Right, it's fact check, but there is a video and it says evidence, but now they've put it over the top saying no evidence, so you can't. Seems like you can't watch it yourself, right? It's literally says CCTV of Keir Starmer kissing Lord Walid Ali, who is actually he's somebody who sits in Parliament in the upper House of Lords, and he was actually in the centre of a row in late 2024 over Starmer and other politicians accepting freebies. So this is so. Yeah, honestly, because I came across a live not that maybe a few months ago, and it was talking just about the politicians and things like that. Because I'm actually a dominatrix, whether you know this or not. Maybe you don't know me, but so I deal with a lot of people who actually have like fetishizations, or they want to be openly homosexual. Like this is a big part. White men, they want to be gay. Like truly, honestly, their fantasies about men, black men with their things, other white men, like honestly, it is massive. It is huge. And we see a lot of this, especially when it comes to like politics and celebrity, that we know a massive proportion of them are not openly gay. Philip Schofield, hello. Philip Schofield, hello. The fact that again it was him with young boys, right? Sitting, in public, having dinners, doing all these things, like manipulating, grooming these young boys, and then it comes out, oh, you know what, I'm gay, and now we need to rally around these people. Oh, it's so they're so brave that they're gay. They're so brave. It's not brave. People have been openly gay for quite some time, actually. And and Hugh Edwards is another one. Absolutely, these guys are doing illegal things to these children, to these kids, illegal things, but they are protected by the media and whoever is above them.
There's absolutely no issue being gay, right?
Absolutely.
For many years they can be openly gay, but the thing is they hide behind about being gay, but they're actually PDFs. They like little boys. They're not gay. They don't want men. They want boys.
Yes, exactly it. And this is where people.
Why do they want boys? Why is it?
Yeah, so this is again culture. So this is the thing that really annoyed me was, let me take you guys back again to the BAFTAs, okay? To the BAFTA awards that were not this recent one, the previous one, where there was that, I can't remember his name, John something, who did the N-word slur. Okay, so if you guys know, he had Tourette's and he said the N-word out loud towards Delroy Lindo and Michael B. Jordan, right? So everybody was very aware that was a racist slur. You can't say that that's nothing else. A conversation around it, of course, was, oh, well, you didn't do it on purpose, blah, 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 whatever. The other thing was they tried to say that there was a slur said towards Alan Cummings, and it was a homophobic slur, that he was a PDF. Paedophilia and being gay is not a slur.
Absolutely.
Yeah, why are you tying those? And I literally had to talk to English people and say to them, that is not calling someone a PDF is not a homophobic slur. It is just something that you can call a slur if they're not that. It's nothing to do with being gay, because again, they also have internalized homophobia. That's part of it. Yeah. So I wanted to bring up.
I don't think
Girl,
it's
you are.
internalized homophobia. I think it's the very cunning and devious nature of trying to hide their PDF behind, oh no, you're being homophobic. It's just a
Yeah.
very cunning way of trying to get out of it. Anyway, so the other thing that I'm just going to reel off is the official investigations that were done by the police. So, for example, in the 1980s, there was something called the Dickens dossier. There was an MP called something Dickens, and he put together a dossier of huge number of PDF allegations, and he handed it to the Home Secretary Leon Britton at the time, and absolutely nothing was done with it. And then later on in 2014, the Home Office admitted that they had either lost or destroyed that particular file, which was called the Dickens dossier. Not only that, but there was 114 other related PDF reports that they had lost or destroyed. They literally destroyed them. Now, at the time, I suppose the records were still, some records were in the 1980s definitely were still being held on paper. But then there was also, this huge transfer on to the computer. But how can you lose anything that's on computer files? You
They
can't.
don't. It's all intentional.
You have to deliberately delete it.
Yeah.
So
it's funny how they did that with our Windrush files as well. All of our relatives.
right.
All of a sudden, we don't have the documentation, and now we can deport you back to the Caribbean.
Yes.
They do it all the time
Right.
for many varying different reasons. Yeah.
Then there was also another report called the Independent Inquiry into Child SA, and that was in 2020. And this is the words from the report: catastrophic institutional and political failures, and this was across all parties and the police, who ignored the victims. So there was these were hundreds and hundreds of cases that were ignored by both politicians and the police, and nothing was done about it. And that was just as recently as just 6 years ago.
It's terrible, man.
Then there's also the case of the Prime Minister Cyril Smith, who came from Rochdale. He was such a prolific child abuser that there were 80 pages of police files on him during the time that he was abusing children in the 1970s. So during the time that he was in power, there were 80 pages of reports on him, and the police did nothing. Not only did the police not do anything, there were altogether 140 victims who complained. 140, every single one of them a little boy. 140, and yet the police did nothing. And who did he target? Every single time that we have these PDF rings that are outside of the family, because majority of the PDFs occur with the mother and father SAing their own children, and then they have these PDF rings that they then abuse each other's children. But outside of that, they go to the vulnerable children. And where do you find vulnerable children? In care homes. In care homes. So Cyril Smith got all his little boys from the care homes. And remember, this is a prime minister. They have police protection. They have bodyguards. They don't go and drive there in the dead of the night, by themselves. All of their official police, bodyguards, etc., do this for them. They go there, they get the boys and take them, deliver them back. And many times they don't get delivered back, because they've been unalived. Now, at the time, the police had 140 complaints and they did nothing. And they had 80 pages. And what it said was it was compelling evidence. This is in the police reports, and the words they used was compelling evidence. Not just the police, but the MI5 and the Director of Public Prosecutions deliberately suppressed this evidence. It was only after his death, Cyril Smith's death, that the CPS and the police, this was in the Manchester police, they acknowledged, they did an investigation after he died, and they acknowledged that there was overwhelming evidence. Now, imagine this, Fox. We're talking about the highest of the high who are ruling over us. And it's not just the PM, is it? It's going to be the people that he's surrounded with. So that was the PM. There was earlier on I mentioned, about Jimmy Savile and the King and the royal family, and then MI5, the police, the CPS, the Crown Prosecution Service. We're talking about all the institutions who are supposed to be upholding the law.
It's horrible.
And what are they doing? They're totally and utterly corrupt.
Yeah, ignoring it. Well, because it's part of the culture, ignoring it, and to link it to Pakistani grooming gangs for a minute.
Yeah,
it is very frustrating because this is something that clearly should have been recognised and clearly should have been dealt with, but because of the culture of paedophilia is why it was able to go on. 2 rings,
Absolutely.
the one in Teesside, is it, and the one in Rochdale, right?
Absolutely.
And we talk about football coaches as well. The FA used to have, or still does have, coaches which we know go into schools and they're grooming children. Like, it is part of English culture. It's part of white culture. Right? These are the things that need to be tackled and addressed. And it's very frustrating that even when we had that TV show Adolescence, right? What's the first thing they came out and said? It ain't white kids doing that stuff. It's brown kids, it's black kids. We don't do that. Everything is to try and get you to not look at them and what they're doing. They're doing this in such terrible ways. And even when it comes to the Pakistani grooming gangs, I freaking hate even calling them that, because the only reason why they call them Pakistani grooming gangs, and I say this, is because if you Google PDF file, a white man comes up because they've colonized that. If you put in paedophile rings, it's all white people, white faces, that's all you'll see. So they had to call them grooming gangs more, and then obviously change your algorithm to say it's Pakistani grooming gangs so they can own that one. But what was I going to say? So even when it came to the Pakistani grooming gangs, one of the reasons why the white police did not investigate is because they didn't want to seem to be racist. They were more concerned about what people thought about them than actually protecting the children of these rings. They did not care about the children.
No, Fox. That's completely wrong. So what happens? So what happens is that all of this PDF rings. All the victims say the police are heavily involved. So before the Pakistani grooming gangs came along, all the other victims, and I've heard hundreds of victims, and they have said that, and this is how unracist I was or am still. I did not occur to me all of the perpetrators were white. I didn't think, oh my God, white people are child rapists. I didn't think that. I just saw victim and criminal. And all the victims were also white, okay? Yeah. It's only when this whole thing came across, the Pakistani grooming gangs, I researched into that, and then I realized that the grooming gangs is a tiny fraction of the whole number of PDFs that are committed in this country. And what happened was, amongst these communities of Pakistanis, they targeted white vulnerable teenage girls, again, in care homes. Guess what? That's been going on for decades. So white people have already been doing this, and every single time the police are involved, the child
Yeah.
protection services are involved. These girls are child abused by, people within the care system, and these Pakistani groomers jumped on the bandwagon
Yeah.
that had already been happening, and they are a tiny fraction still of the whole.
What did I
child
say was
SA.
wrong? What did I
Sorry,
say that was wrong?
Sorry, I beg your pardon. I thought you were saying that the police were
Yeah.
were not getting involved because they were being accused of racism. That's not the case. They were
Oh no, they
involved,
didn't want to.
and
Yeah, they didn't want to prosecute because that is part of the case as well. Is that they said they didn't want to prosecute because
They
they
said
didn't want to
that.
seem racist towards
But
the
that's a
Pakistani
lie.
men.
That's a lie. They didn't prosecute because they were doing it themselves.
Oh.
This is how they're protecting themselves, that they didn't want to seem racist. But there's also lots of white girls, child victims of that, who have said openly that we were also SA'd by
the
men,
white police.
including the police officers who have always been involved.
Yeah, gee, and especially the way, like this. I'm just doing some quick googling. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong. The Rochdale. I mean, I've literally just seen that there was 9 men arrested, and another one a 7 or something like that. What do you have the number of actual men, like Pakistani men, that were involved in this? In particular Rochdale or.
Right.
Yeah, the
so
number.
I thought there was this huge number, the way that they go on about it.
Yes.
But then when I actually, did the research, I don't know the actual number, but I thought I was expecting, like hundreds and hundreds of men involved. But there was a tiny fraction of the actual number of child essayers, as a whole. So when I looked into this, the grooming gangs were, in that age range, in that area, they for that time they were a huge majority of them were Pakistani. However, when you look at child SA, and that is from anyone, a child between 0 until 18, I think that the age that the age that falls below, for example, 4, is 100% white. But even higher than that, its majority of them are white, and then you come into the teenage years, and then you get a proportionality in the perpetrators and per capita, so to speak. But under a certain age, I think it's something like under 14, it's literally like under I can't remember, but under early teens, it's 100% white. So and then especially for cases like baby Preston, where they are literally raping them to death. It's 100% white.
Jesus, yeah.
100% white.
Because like I say, I'm just Googling and I expected them to, because I've never actually looked into the Pakistani grooming gang thing a lot. And I'm just Googling and it says, 7 men arrested. Or it says 7 out of 9 or something. So I'm like, okay. But the UK's largest ring in 2023 was 21 people.
That's right.
Like 21. That's right. And that's why I say, like, the international is literally hundreds of white people. Yeah. So again, you're trying to distract us from this.
Yes.
It's like, yes, that thing needs to be dealt with. It completely needs to be dealt with. But you're saying instead of, not as well, you're saying instead of. Stop trying to distract us from this part. Yeah.
It's
T for
a
truth. Thank you. Thank you.
It's a sleight of hand to say, literally, white people are purer than pure, but all of the evil, and they put it on black and brown people. So another thing that people can look into is the Dolphin Square VIP child abuse ring, and this was done predominantly by MPs, but also in that were other military and law enforcement figures. This had been going on for decades. So basically, MPs are given apartments. If they don't live in London, they're given apartments so that they can live here. And a huge number of them used to live in a place called Dolphin Square, which is near Pimlico. And again, huge accounts where victims were saying we would be taken from care homes and taken to Dolphin Square apartment where they would be raped. They would be taken by the police, by the protection orders, etc. They'd be taken at night time and then put back. All the care homes knew about it. You can't get in and out of there. It's all under lock and key. So they all collude in this horrific abuse of children. And then again, the police at the time, it was in 2014, they did an investigation. It lasted 2 years, and at the end of that 2 years, guess how many people were charged?
Oh my God. Go on. Go on.
Zero. Nobody's ever charged. All of these high flying people, all of these people in the establishment, every single one of them gets away with it. So they, whilst it's going on, they know about it. Yeah. They'll do their investigation afterwards, and still they will not charge anyone. This is endemic in the culture. This is endemic in their institutions. This is how they run the country. This is how they run society.
Yeah.
You cannot get anywhere in these institutions unless you're part of this filthy, disgusting culture of great children.
Yeah.
And they are all white.
There it is, guys. There it is, guys. T for Truth, thank you so much. Honestly, I can imagine, or I can't imagine, but I know you did say the amount of energy and time and emotion it takes. Honestly, you have to be such a strong person to delve into this world and understand it. I sat on somebody's live who was talking about just baby Preston. And honestly, I was already hearing this woman talking so brutally about what happened to baby Preston. I could not even hear it myself. And these guys know, and as I said at the beginning, is that I could not even have this discussion because it's too emotional for me. So for you to delve as much as you did, you are doing the children such a massive favor by telling their story. This is what this is about. When you really care for children and you care for humanity, you really pushed yourself past the limit to talk about the difficult things. And this is why I talk about English people a lot and I talk about British people a lot, because not a lot of people are going to be doing it and doing it in a way that's truthful, because it is difficult, because people are so defensive and they want to keep up this pretense that keeps these establishments running. But we have to speak about these things because we can see exactly who we need to protect, which is not this freaking 1% disgusting PDF class. It's everybody else. It's the rest of us. It's the rest of us. And it's for future generations as well. So honestly, thank you so much, T for Truth. Please do, everybody. She's just given us an amazing load of information there, so please do gift her. If you've not sat, if you sat there and not given her gifts, please do send her gifts. And I'm also giving her a clap because honestly,
well, thank you so much. Can I mention two other things quickly so that people can go and do their own research? So there's a detective called Detective John Wedger. John spelt Jon, and his surname is Wedger. Now he's a really great, honest police officer. He came across some child victims, and so he started investigating. Uncovered a huge ring. Took it to his superior. His superior threatened him. You need to close that down, otherwise you're out of a job. He didn't close it down. He then started getting attacked in various different ways. Anyway, he then had to leave, and then he's gone independent, and he does a huge amount of research, and he does a huge amount of research also into satanic child abuse. And he brings the victims on, and again, you can listen to first-hand accounts. Go to his YouTube channel, and you can listen to first-hand accounts of him interviewing the victims, because they do not get the time of day by our police. So he gives them that time, he gives them that platform, and you will hear it from the horse's mouth what those poor, they're adults now, you know, they're in their 40s and 50s, and what they have been through, what they've witnessed, and they tell you how prevalent it is. And then, you know, what do these idiot GB News and Reform and all of that type, what do they want to do? They want to talk about literally the 1% of perpetrators who happen to be brown, but they want to ignore the 99% who are white and who are doing this to their own children, their own white children. Why do they not care when the perpetrator is white? Why do they only care? I did not care.
It's ownership, T for truth. They want to be able to do it themselves. It is literally ownership. They say, you can't do it to our children, but we should be able to do it. Ownership. They've already been able to own women and children. As long as they can control women and children, this is what makes this insecure group of men more powerful in their mind, because they are so insecure. That's all they are.
I do actually I do think that a lot of them don't know about it, because majority of these, like I said, they belong to these elite circles. There's a huge amount, when you listen to the victims, that these are the, you know, the secret societies, so the Freemasonic societies, and there's lots of others, and it's all part of that. But then there's, you know, I would say that the huge majority of white English people aren't part of that, you know, the secret societies. So they genuinely don't know. But the problem with them is that they are too, I don't know if the word is, I don't know if it's narcissistic, ignorant, or whatever, but they don't think white people can be that evil. That's it. And they do believe that black and brown people can be. So they're very, very quick to jump on that bandwagon. But then by doing so, they're allowing the perpetuation of the victims that are majority white to continue by their own white race.
Yep. It's the gaslighting, it's manipulation, it's all these things that have gone on for hundreds of years, right? And so this is why it's so difficult for us, the people who are awakened, to talk truthfully about these things. We are literally undoing, and this is why they're crashing out a lot of the time, is because we're willing to speak truthfully. And once you actually wake up to a truth, it's not easy for the people to accept this because of how much propaganda there is around whiteness and white narcissism. Like it is like, oh, we're the best, we're the good, we've saved people, we would never do these things. And I even bring up the fact that they were even raping during World War II. They don't even want to hear that. They don't even want to hear that even British people, British men in the army, when they were marching through Northern Europe, down through Germany, etc., women and children, like they literally told the families in Europe, make sure that you open up your homes to the troops, like open up the homes, because, you know, these people are fighting for our freedoms. They're fighting against the Nazis. They're fighting. They let the soldiers in the house. They raped the women and children. And it was called the Rape of Berlin. It was even called that. For those of you who are interested, look up the Rape of Berlin. That's literally what they did. What they did, exactly the same through to Vietnam. We've got big problems in Kenya, British Army there. It's just literally part of the culture. So they just keep trying to distract us and detract us and letting us not talk about these things because they want to continue these things. These things will not continue as long as we keep speaking about it. And we're shaming men for the things that they thought that they should be proud of. They should be ashamed.
And the last thing I want to mention...
if you make it last, because I need to move because my battery is really low now.
It's just the Jeffrey Epstein file. So if you can see, you know, my profile pic, that's where you learn about forget the richest of the richest, the richest of the richest. These are the owners of the world, how they treat, you know, the goyim, they call us. So they refer to, basically, you know, these are the Jewish supremacists. So we've got our white supremacists, and then we also have Jewish supremacists. And then you'll hear from the victims that they, what's the lady who passed away? What's her name? Virginia Giuffre.
Giuffre, yeah.
So she was being interviewed by, I think it was Whitney Webb, I can't remember, and she was saying that she would overhear them talking about basically, non-Jews being the filthy, dirty, and how they would be even more racist towards black people. So if you look, the majority of their, not majority, but literally like 100% of their victims were white, because they would have the most disgusting attitude towards black people, BLK people, because
the
they
one
were
time
so...
racism saved us. The one time racism saved us.
Yes, you're right. Because they were so racist, they preferred white. This is so yeah, if you go into the Jeffrey Epstein files, you will see exactly the same way the whole structure of how control works, because that was the Mossad. He was a Mossad asset, you could say, and they have the blackmail videos on all the world's, the biggest, most powerful people, and this is how they keep them in line. This is how they keep Trump in line to do Israel's bidding. So it's not just a UK thing; it's an international thing. This is how they control everyone. So thank you very much for letting me have my say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, T for Truth. Thank you so much. Absolutely excellent. As I said, just amazing information, like really and truly. And you've opened my eyes up to a lot more things as well. So thank you for that. Right, we're going to have to whiz through the last two people, unfortunately. Hub Arian, and also my lovely water goddess as well, because my battery is really running out. So Hub, which prompt do you want to talk about, please?
Hi, thank you for the invite, by the way. I've never come across your live, so it's been quite refreshing sitting here listening to it. It's the bit around English people being angry and uneducated. I think in simple terms is British people are angry because they're uneducated. I'm sorry, not British. English people that are angry tend to be uneducated. A lot of people, and I've been on different TikTok lives and listened to conversations, and a lot of reform and restore people, when you listen to them, they come across as highly, highly uneducated. In terms of even topics that they are passionate about. Even in listening to the conversation earlier, people don't know the difference between what an asylum seeker is and what a refugee is, because they're not the same thing. And I look at these things and I go, an asylum seeker, as an example, is somebody that's actually seeking asylum. Once they've been granted asylum, they become a refugee. They're not two different things. One is a byproduct of the other stuff. And they don't even know that. And I look at this stuff and I was like, but do you also understand what international law says? Because an international law actually says when somebody's fleeing asylum, they don't need to have a status. It doesn't matter how they're fleeing for safety. So it doesn't matter if they bypass safe countries. It doesn't matter the modes of how they've done it. Because sometimes when people are fleeing asylum, they're trying to probably get to where they might have family connections, they might have, could be a language issue, it could be they have familiarities with whatever it is. It doesn't matter. That's what international law says. Now, what they're not asking themselves about is what does UK law says? Because the UK law seems to have criminalized this, right? And UK law says they need to be physically in this country to seek asylum. Well, how else are they going to do it without going through multiple countries sometimes to get physically into this country? But in the same breath where they say it's illegal for them to do it, UK law says, but if they're here, they're not deemed as illegal, and we have to listen to their case, which means they're actually legal, or whilst you're reviewing their case. So you then hear illegal immigrants, illegal. They're not illegal. The moment they're here and they apply for asylum, they're legal.
Yeah.
Talk to your politicians about how they're playing loose and fast with words and so on and so forth to distract you. Somebody that's illegal in this country is somebody that has either overstayed a visa, come off the back of a lorry, and so on and so forth, but has never applied for any protection in this country. If you know those people, you're right to call them illegal. But most of the people that you keep going on about being illegal immigrants are not. They're legal. They're waiting for a decision about their status in this country. But they go
like
around misinforming.
you said as well, and I didn't get to make that point earlier, but I'm glad that you brought this up again, because people don't realize how easy it is to become an illegal citizen. Me myself, I moved to another country 5 years ago. I became an illegal immigrant because I was actually waiting my appointment to go to immigration, and I went there. I needed to have certain financial records. They changed it at the last minute, so I had to do some work back in the UK, blah, 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 blah. In that time, I was supposed to get a visitor's visa, but the immigration office did not give me the right information. So when I went back for my immigration appointment, they said, you've been illegal. I said, what?
Yeah.
How did that even happen? Because I make sure I do my appointment every 2 years. I do my appointment. What the hell are you talking about? He literally whispered it. He said, you're illegal. I said, what the fuck? I said, help me fix this situation. Help me fix it. I had to pay a fine, which was so annoying. But I wish he'd just told me the information. And like I brought up earlier, 1 million illegal British immigrants. It's this illegal term that has been so weaponized when illegal should not even be part of the vocabulary. It should not even be part of this conversation, because this is planet Earth and everybody is entitled to live on this fucking planet. And it annoys me that it's all English people who are saying, you're illegal, this is legal. You illegally went to 171 countries, and then you put in rules to make sure that nobody else can do what you did. You are the ones who came up with the passport. It was a British king that came up with the passport idea, right? So everything that they wanted to do, they did it. And they just didn't want anybody else to do the same thing after them because they were too afraid of their own behavior. Really and truly.
But you know what's also quite messed up, right? So they have this thing about, because they changed the rules to say, okay, if somebody travels through a safe country, that's where they should have been processed, so we should send them back. Yeah, that's fine. There was EU policy that says you could do that. But guess what we did 10 years ago? Not a we as in I'm involved in that. Did we not vote for Brexit?
But also
so Brexit actually means that you can't now do it because you're not part of it.
It doesn't really matter because people would have come to the UK anyway, because guess what? Colonization made sure that English was a very widely spoken language.
Thank you. And then also, you're saying these people in conflict zone should go to the first safe country. For those countries that are bordering these conflict zones, that a lot of the time have not injected themselves in there, and the savior complexity of this nation to always involve themselves in other people's countries and destabilize it. We call it, we're trying to free you from you, whatever it is, when actually it's mainly about money grab for them. So you want those countries to take in these people and destabilize their countries because of wars that you're injecting yourself in, because you don't want it to come to your shores because what, you're an island far away. No, that's why international law says it doesn't matter how they get to where they need to get to. If that's where they choose to seek asylum, you have to listen to their case. You can decide at the end of that whether you want to grant them asylum or not. But to be weaponizing this whole thing and going after a whole group of people and calling them illegal when they're not, they're legal in this country. And then the people are actually coming by plane on a visa, saying they're coming to study or they're coming on vacation, and then overstays, but don't actually extend or protect themselves. You don't class them as that. Why? Because they look like you guys and you think they've got money because they took a plane over, so therefore they're not. So you want to vilify the ones that come in through the boats and stuff. That's what I'm saying about, is the lack of education. I'll tell you one quick story, and then I know your battery is running low.
Yeah.
So I had a meeting one morning, and I'm supposed to start work at 9. I've got a meeting with my team, and I thought, let me quickly go to the shops because I needed to pick up a whole bunch of toiletries, and I'll explain why. I get to a famous high street shop. I picked up about 15 to 30 bottles of all of these items, a whole bunch of toiletries. And I went to the till. And of course, because I'm buying such a large amount of a quantity of stuff, it took some time to bag. The guy tells me what my amount is. Whilst my back is turned, this whitey woman comes at the back and presses cancel on the charity bit. The charity donation bit on the keypad. And she says, oh, I cancel for it because you were not going to pay it anyway. Now imagine, I've just spent a few £100 buying toiletries, right? What this woman never knew is all of what I was buying was for charity.
Oh no, that's not a good idea. I know that she probably did make an assumption because nobody clicks that charity bit, but she shouldn't make an assumption.
Thank you.
So
what gave you the right to go and press it? And then you made the comment of, honestly, I still regret not sticking around to have a long conversation with her. But because I was rushing back home to come in to speak to my team, I was like, you know what? I'm in a rush. Let me just leave this. But it's the audacity of you to assume, because the only thing you know about me is that I'm a black woman in my joggers. But the fact that I'm buying so much stuff, do you think I can't afford 20 pence, 40 pence, whatever amount it is, when I'm already spending a few £100 buying this stuff? And the irony of it, all of that item was for charity.
Yeah, no, she should have asked. It's just not a good assumption to make. It's just like I say, I know that they do. Generally, they do click that button, but that's also indicative of a country that does lack empathy. There's something I do talk about when it comes to charity and donations and things. Like when it comes to stupid, I probably shouldn't have said stupid, but I will say children in need used to do my head in a lot. Children in need, because it was white savior complex. It was always, oh, we need to help the kids in Africa with their big round bellies and their flies on their faces, not showing people how that happened because of Britain and their colonization and the things that they did. So then they tried to say that, oh, English people, why don't you just like give whatever you can? Remember, the total used to be millions and millions. And I don't even remember thinking at a young age, where are all these people getting this money from? How is the UK raising all these millions of pounds for charities, and where is it going? Like, where is the outcome of all this charity stuff? Like, why is there still poverty in the world if we're
Do you know
literally
what? Don't even get me
and we
started
don't
on
see
that.
children in need on the TV anymore, do we? We
No.
don't see it anymore. And I stopped working for charities. I didn't do any work for charity because of the thank you, exactly. It's only 20 to 30p from every pound goes to the real cause because the rest goes in their pockets. I was starting to understand CEOs of companies. Thank you, that's it, UK paid the CEO salary. And this is the thing that pissed me off with BLM, right? All of these white charities, cancer research, exactly. I did a Race for Life once and I never did it after. They got so annoyed that BLM raised 90 million and they bought a mansion house for 6 million. Why were their books so scrutinized by everybody? You guys steal all of the time. White people steal from charities constantly. Major Tom something or other, that guy that died during COVID, his daughter stole all the money there from that charity. There's also that guy. Oh no, he didn't steal, but this is another quick story because I need to quickly move to the next person. Is Joe Cox. I need to do a live specifically about Joe Cox, the woman that was murdered by Thomas Muir.
Oh,
Joe
yes, the
Cox,
politician, right?
Yeah, you remember the politician. What happened? The husband was very vocal. The husband conveniently had books to sell. The husband conveniently raised some money. And also he worked for a charity beforehand, which he actually ended up being in a disciplinary for harassing women, being sexually inappropriate with other women. I need to talk about that because that shit really dug my
I think
head
the
in.
question you should ask these guys is, why do they have white savior complex?
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you, we're not asking to be saved. With all due respect, I will recommend to every British person, stop donating to these charities. Your money's not going where it needs to. We don't need saving. If anything, we want you guys to deal with us equally when you're having trade deals with our countries, and the extortionate interest that you put against any sort of money that our governments are loaning and whatever it is.
No, we just don't
All
want
we're
them to be
asking for,
involved anyway. Just leave us alone. Just literally leave us.
just make the
leave us
playing
alone.
field equal. That's it. You
No,
make it
don't
equal.
get
We
them
don't need
involved.
your charity and your donation. Honestly,
No.
save your money. And heck, England needs it more than certain parts of Africa at the moment anyway.
Right.
So I'm going to tell you, save your money and don't waste it, because the CEOs are on business flights, on huge salaries going. And I was in a charity event and I sat next to a CEO for a charity. And yes, I know this for a fact. So you're wasting your money. But anyway, thank you so much for your live. I will try and join at another time and appreciate you, okay?
Thank you, Hub. Thank you so much for the conversation. Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Water goddess, take us home, sister. Mystical. Hi.
Good morning.
Which prompt would you like to discuss, please? Sorry, it's going to be very quick again because my battery is like, Which
No, you're fine. Same one. White culture being WAR is SEX tourism and paedophilia because yes, it just is. Nobody else goes around places completely messing up the population in the soil like they do. In history, it hasn't happened. Right? And they use things that aren't native to them. As if the population that has lived with these resources doesn't know what it could do. Like the atomic ones that they dropped on Japan, that uranium is Congolese. You think we don't know how to use our own resources? We just know not to do those things, right? Because it's bad.
Have you heard them say things like, "Oh, but if you had the opportunity, you would do it as well"? Have you heard them say that?
Yeah, because I think the thing is, I don't think we didn't used to do this. I think we did it, and then we evolved. Well, not like this.
Yeah,
Not
we
like
had
this.
hundreds
Not
of
this
thousands
bad.
of years of history, and we could have done, but we didn't. It's not part of our culture. It is theirs.
Exactly. And you know, we decided not to do that. We learned to live with the earth, with everybody around us. Matriarchal, putting first the people that need to be put first, and that doesn't go against anybody else. I feel like that doesn't come. I think naturally, yes, but there is an evolving period where there's this dip of a sort of violence where you overcome and you actually learn, and then you get to this stage of peace.
Yeah, it's true. And this is why it's really important to have these cultural conversations. It is to really get people to understand the type of world we live in. If we're living in the Western world, what it looks like, it's not normal. They make you think it's normal, right? They're like, oh, this is just how it is. And it was because I was traveling more and seeing it. I was like, no, dude, it's fucked up here. It's really fucked up here. Like, truly.
It's like I hate when people say it's not that deep, because everything is that deep. When you go to the grocery store, 10 years ago things were half the price, and that was already expensive. And then you think about where that produce comes from, how much that had to take to come here, the fact that it doesn't taste like anything because of all of this traveling, and then you absolutely cannot think all of these things without thinking about the slavery it took to get here in the first place.
Yeah.
Like,
we had some guy a few weeks ago saying, oh, the war in Ukraine, you know how they make wars an excuse to make all these prices go up. He was like, the war in Ukraine is why we've got bread. Like, I said, what does it affect? And he went, flour. So flour is the reason why our gas has gone up, our electricity has gone up, like everything, because of flour. Again, when people don't educate themselves, they just repeat the stuff that they heard. Or even a lot of the time, they just make it up in their head. And they say, that sounds true. I'm going to go with that.
You know one thing, and then you're like, I'll make a story around it. It'll probably make sense if I say it out loud.
Yeah.
No. Because you don't know how things work. But it's on purpose. We're not supposed to know how things work. We're not supposed to think about it. We're just supposed to be depressed and think that's our fault, right? Because it's always a chemical imbalance. It's not like we're living under complete oppression all the time, and you know that whatever you do, you are oppressing somebody with your existence. That's not depressing at all. Something must be wrong with my chemicals. And they just give us these distractions. Everything is distracting. This new PlayStation, this new game, this new whatever. And it doesn't help anything, but it keeps you distracted enough so you don't look at what is actually causing this. So if we did, we would be free, but that is work.
Yeah, it is work, but it's work we must do. It's work we must do. At least if we're not going to be free physically, freeing your mind is literally how we're supposed to do it anyway. Of course, we're talking about the spiritual thing,
Yeah.
is as long as your spirit is free and your mind is free, then you can remove yourself from the matrix. But we know that a lot of English people are tied to the matrix. And so that's why we have to remove ourselves from English people and Western Europe in order to find our freedom. And even Blair in the comment section, Blair, I did just invite you up because I got a sliver of battery. It's just said, 4 of your statements are debatable. 2 of them are just racist. Which 2 are racist? Which 2? I would love to know which 2 they actually think is racist. I don't know if they're still here. But, again, it's like white people playing the race card. It is quite embarrassing for them, but they don't have the ability to understand what racism is. That's why they find it so easy to say it, because they've always said to us that it's just a word. They want to dismiss our experiences and actual real racism, what that looks like, which results in our death. Whereas they just be like, oh, but I'm experiencing the same thing. Oh, these people.
And
I
wanted to pick that one too, white people lying about experiencing racism, but I was like, we'll get there if I pick that one. And here we are.
Here we are. The natural progression.
Exactly. Because they just don't know what it is on purpose again. Like this big part of white privilege or narcissism is that you already have everything instilled that they are still beating into us. You aren't scrutinized for that anymore. So you can just pretend like everybody's the same. Because the scrutinization has already been done to you, but you also don't know how it is done. So you don't see that it is happening to others.
That's how manipulation works. That's how narcissists are able to do what they do. This is it. Yeah. Thank you so much, Mystical. Really appreciate your time, appreciate your comments. And thank you to everybody here. This again was a wonderful live with so many different opinions, so many different amazing comments. Again, special shout out to Trust the Tea, the Trust. Was that Trust the Tea? Brilliant information. And really good to see people. Just again, I love having different opinions here. I love just the conversation. And a thank you again to the mods. Yes, again, mods, I did mention this earlier. I know that I did say to you guys, please be better on the muting and the blocking, because there was a lot of spam and a lot of abuse that came through yesterday. And bless you guys, you became too sensitive and then was blocking and muting everybody. We need to make sure that the flow and the conversation is still able to happen through this space as well. It's really important because, like I say, I'm kind of in the middle of this stuff. I bring the difficult conversation to the table, but we still need to be able to hear both sides, all sides of the conversation within reason. It's very important. So thank you so much, everybody. I hope everybody has a wonderful weekend. Cass, just 1 minute. Cass, can you just write in the comment section, Cass, something that I missed earlier? You were talking about somebody being problematic, and I just want to pick up on what that was that you said. You said somebody was saying something and I couldn't pick up what you were saying. Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Court, as always. CHB18. Mimi was here earlier. Beth was also here earlier. I can't remember who else was here. Cass. If my DMs are, I don't know if my DMs are open on this account. They might be in my other account. Either one, Cass. Then please do let me know what that is. But thank you so much, everybody. And I hope everybody has a lovely day. I won't be able to do the live tomorrow as well, by the way. For those, I did mention that my black panel was supposed to be tomorrow, but I actually can't do tomorrow. So I can't do a live tomorrow morning, but I will be back on Monday. Right, see you later, guys. Bye. See you later. Bye, Naomi. Bye. It was good to hear your voice for the first time, Naomi, yesterday on Tiz's panel. That was good. All right, see you later, guys. Bye. Bye, everyone.